Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, one and all. Happy Bringling. My name is Akshaya, and I'm going to be the host for this session for Aakriti23, an enlightened VC and Bringle Startups Carnival. A little bit about myself. I am Akshaya, pursuing a design career at RV University as a second year student at the UX department. I'm someone who goes with do what you love. And I'm not only career oriented, but also a classical Bharatnatyam dancer for about 10 years now, and a sports enthusiast, a trained athlete in particular. So let's get started. Now, let me share about the purpose of Sone Ki Chidiya Ko Jagao, Akriti 23 initiative towards transforming India into a startups capital of the world. We at Bringle are working towards Vision 2030 to transform 1 billion lives, 1 million businesses, and 100 unicorns with an investment of 1 billion US dollars and adding 5 trillion GDP to our country, and working towards Mission Zero Unemployment and Mission Net Zero to transform India into a self sustainable, environmental friendly, and financially independent economy, leading to zero unemployment and net zero. And to achieve that, we need more and more startups to generate employment, revenues, and investments for our country. And that's why we at Akriti have identified these Super 30 startups out of 801 startups who have applied on Startups India portal to pitch in front of our investors. So before that, we would like to start our session with the Indian national anthem, and I request you all to stand up for the same. Thank you.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you all. I would like to now request Akriti representative Mr. Anshiv Jain to share more details about the same and also moderate the session with the experts. Before we get started, I would like to give a brief introduction. So, Anshiv Jain, who is the chief promoter of Aakriti Sone Ki Chidiya Ko Jagao initiative with a mission of transforming 1 billion lives, 1 million businesses, and 100 unicorns. Anshiv Jain from India is having 21 plus years of corporate experience, an angel investor, startup mentor, business consultant, serial entrepreneur, and now founder and MD of Bringle Excellence, UK and India. Anshav has transformed a loss making business into a self sustainable $100 million USD global startup. But it wasn't easy. He had lost his high paying corporate job after growing 16 times in just 11 years and has tried 21 plus ideas in over 21 plus years, lost 7 plus businesses and 7 plus years with a debt of $500,000. And now working towards transforming India into a self sustainable and financially independent economy, leading to zero unemployment, and with his new book, Sone Ki Chidiya Ko Jagao, Awakening the Golden Bird. Anshav is now working towards his global vision 2020-2030 to transform 1 billion lives, 1 million businesses, and 100 unicorns with an investment of $1 billion to develop the world's largest patented and inclusive virtual metaverse skill tech university with a blockchain based skill bank by bringing excellence in 3 E's: education, employment and entrepreneurship. He has developed a proprietary methodology, Design Your Own Unicorn, to coach entrepreneurs on four areas, seven pillars, and 105 factors which can make or break the businesses. Now, he conducts these workshops all across the globe and working with solopreneurs, entrepreneurs, business owners, startups, and MSMEs to help them sustain, adapt, and scale up their businesses right from an idea to a unicorn with 3 to 5 years of time. Over to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Akshay, for a wonderful introduction and welcome all the startups and investors out there. And really thank you for being part of this entire Akriti ecosystem. Let me just give you a little background about why Akriti and what we are working towards developing the startup ecosystem in India with this initiative of Akriti 23. So Akriti was, initiated. It's a joint venture between Enlighten VC and Bringle, ecosystem. And we have been working with various venture capitalists, around 50 plus venture capitalists have been part of the ecosystem who have been supporting us to evaluate the startups and, on this. And based on that, things have been working out. We have received 801 startup applications on Startup India portal through 17 plus startup government startup ecosystems and around 300 plus incubation centers all across India. From that, we have evaluated identified top 102 startups, and out of them, super 30 startups are now pitching, have been evaluated and now pitching in front of the investors. This all startups would be then taken up for an year-long support, a complete handholding support to be present in various Akriti and Sone Ki Chidiya Ko Jagao ecosystems or the centers which we are going to set it up all across the country. So we are establishing around 12 centers in 12 states, state clusters right now, and along with the state governments, which where we will be investing 100 crore rupees per state. So total of 1200 crores rupees will be invested in these centers to set up skill development centers and incubation centers, along with health management center and supporting on travel and tourism for that particular state. Along with that, we will be raising funds. We are raising a fund of $20.23 million in 2023 to focus on Akriti 23 and Akriti 24 startups as well. So this will be a complete year-long support where we will be having various startups, investors, mixers all across the globe, starting with India, and then also supporting you for various business development opportunities across the globe out there. So with this brief, this is what we have been working about from the startup ecosystem. There are many investors who are going to be passed on this recording for their evaluation process, because some few of them are traveling, and some of them who are going to be present, they will be asking their questions out there, and you will be receiving the information or more details about your fund, your startup interest within the next 1 week from our side. So please make sure that you give your best of 10 minutes of the pitching out here, so that because it's not going to be only presented out here in this forum. This will also be shared as a recording to all the 50 plus venture capitalists ecosystem who have committed for Super 30 startups. And this is not going to be a one-day process. It's going to be 1 year long process. So there will be various fundraising opportunities you will be getting in, and also the growth, business growth establishment. So please make sure that you take up the best out of it. And with this, I wish you all the very best to all the startups. And let's start the startups pitching, Akshay, from here.
Thank you, sir. Now we are going to start the startups pitching to the investors, and here are a few ground rules for the same. Each team will be given about 10 minutes for their pitching and 10 minutes for the Q&A session by the investors. I will give you a gentle reminder when 3 minutes are left, and upon that, I will mute the participants and the investors will be open for Q&A. All the investors will give their evaluation in the Google form shared in the chat box and in the WhatsApp group as well. There is a buffer time of about 5 minutes between each pitch. Thank you. To start off, I request Chalbo India Private Limited to start with their pitch. I request the Aakriti representative to give them and enable them with the host setting. Thank you.
Talgo India, are you ready for that?
Yeah, I'm ready. Can I share my screen, sir?
Yes, please go ahead. Gautam, could you please make Chalbo India as the co-host so that they can share the screen?
No,
Yeah,
they need not be co-host. They can share the screen.
Yeah, I'm able to share my screen, sir.
Yeah.
I'm starting the time now. All the best.
Hope my screen is visible, so I can start.
Yes, your
Yes.
screen is very much visible.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm starting. Hello everyone, myself Amit Patel. I'm the founder of Chalbo India. Chalbo India is innovative taxi pool solutions. So let's start with the story. One of my friend, Arpit, is looking for a shared cab, you can say the shared carpooling from a small town in Chhattisgarh from Bilaspur to Raipur. At that time, there is no any carpooling solution in smaller cities right now, and he need to be paid 80%, 100% extra fees to the to cab owners just to drop at some locations. From that problem point of view, we find out this problem, and we started our building our solution, that is a taxi pooling solutions, in which we are connecting a cab, in empty cab, who is going to the same route with the customer who is looking for the looking for the carpooling at same route. So this is our demo application. You can see in the side view. So in this innovative solutions, we just helping cab owners to set their one fare, so the chances of booking cancellation is just zero in our cases. They can set their own route, they can set their own fare, and customer can just come into the application and book now. That whole solutions, you can say. So we are trying to increase the carpooling solutions across the India by our innovative taxi pooling solution. Here is a true scenario right now, that without Chalbo, they just go to the multiple cab owners for dropping purpose, like, oh, you can drop me this location, how much you charge? But in Chalbo, but with using the Chalbo application, the customer had a freedom to choose multiple cab at the same platform who was offering a different fare, and the cab owner is have an authority at the same time who can choose the fare, who can set their own route, who can set their own time, at which time they want to go and which route they want to go. And so we are connecting both of them. So this is a total market share we have currently right now in India, that share mobility is growing by 56%. So that's a huge market, and we are expecting to capture 30% of total market by upcoming 5 years. So if you talk about the carpooling solutions right now in India, that is in majorly in tier 1 cities, you can say the in the map in the right hand side, like in a red marking, that some locations are only enabling the carpooling solutions. But via our application solution, we are converting the taxi into taxi pool solutions, so customer can be connect and they can share their route at the same time. And currently we are listed over, we have agents, cab owner listed from the 450 locations around 20 states, and active user base of 4,200 so far in our beta testing. So we started our beta testing in FY 2022, FY 21-22, and India did it 22-23, and we generated approximate transaction value of 1.2 CR to 1.3 CR. So we thanks our market enabler like Quick Ride, Orahi, Ride, and Ayapul, who come in India and build a concept of a carpooling in India, like they enabling the market for the carpooling in India, so people can be aware. But what we are doing right now, we just taking this 3 steps ahead. We are converting the taxi as a taxi pooler, so there is a more market and more larger opportunity for the customer to share cab, to do a ride in a lesser cost as they are doing right now. Let's suppose that traveling cost is from one location to another location is 100 rupees. By our solution, that may be reduced to the 60 rupees. So we are using complete Google algorithm and Google platform like Firebase and other Flutter language, so they can be communicate with each other, and the tech will be go up and up. If you talk about our product roadmap, we are currently in a final application development stage, and we already done our beta testing. So we will launch our final application by June itself. So this is a few you can say the article about us, that how we are enabling. We are started in 2018 as a B2C taxi services provider, and we are connecting with we are providing services in online services to the tier 2, tier 3 cities. And from that, we converted our application to the taxi pool solutions. This is some award we already generated a grant from the Chunauti 4.0 from SPTI like to 1.8 lakh rupees, and we already selected for the transport for all stage 2 in 2023 also. So in upcoming future, we are working as a cab management solution. We are enabling cab owners to come more and more cab owners to come on our platform, so we can offer more trips to the customer, and we are helping them to connect with other cab owners. So it is, you can say that in a triangle, we are helping cab owners to connect with other cab owners at the same time. So can they share the extra customer and they can share the extra booking at the same time. And also we are helping to connect the customer with the other cab owners at the same route. So it's a win-win situation for all of them. So it's our team behind that whole concept who are working tirelessly from continuously from 3 to 4 years with us. I'm Amit Patel. I am co-founder. Ekiso Naik, my co-founder. Vasu is looking for the tag behind us, and Chandrasekhar, who have 5-year experience in startup, helping us to advertise about the tag. So thanks everyone. Please, now you can ask the question. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. What's your name, dear? Because it's written Chalbo India, so I don't know your name.
My name is Amit Patel, sir.
Amit Patel. So Amit, tell me one thing. What is the differentiator you are trying to bring in with respect to Ola or Uber application?
Yeah. So Ola and Uber is completely cab-based aggregators, sir. We are not a cab-based aggregator. We are taxi poolers. The difference between cab-based aggregator and taxi pooler is that they have a platform, like Ola and Uber have a platform. They list the cab, they list the route, and they list the cab, and they set one fare. Like from Delhi to Chandigarh, the Ola algorithm setting 2,200 rupees. Okay. So if you are customer, you are looking for the cab, then you need to be paid 2,200 rupees for any cab owners going to it. Okay. But in our solution, sir, I just give me 1 second, so I can go to my application. Yeah, this one. So sir, we are helping cab owners to create their own route. Like they want to Delhi to Chandigarh only. They said can Delhi to Chandigarh trip only. They want to charge 1,500 rupees only. They said their fare 1,500 rupees only. So that's the key differentiator between Ola and Uber. That we are in a taxi pool solutions. We helping cab owners to set their own rate, own fare, own route, and cab and customer looking at any route can connect with them, and they can share their booking and share their cab, like cab pooling. You can say the carpooling solutions, like normal carpooling solutions. We are enabling the carpooling solutions from the limited city to the unlimited city in India, sir.
Okay, so basically what you're doing is you're aggregating the various other car, driver, I mean the taxi owners or taxi drivers to give them their pricing, what they can provide it for the same route. Is that what you are doing?
Yeah, exactly, sir. We're giving the authority of the price as well as authority of the route.
How are you taking care of the security of the customer?
Yeah. So in this application, sir, we have onboarding process, like we have 7 layer of onboarding, like from cab onboarding, in which we have basic cab documentation. From the agency onboarding, we have agency SOPs that they need to be followed. From the driver onboarding, we are allowing drivers, like you can see that the driver onboarding, they need to just give their Aadhaar card and PAN card at the same time. At the same time, for agency point of view, car point of view, they need to insurance, RC, and pollution, and UC and other certificates also. And the owner point of view, sir, owner need to be share their Aadhaar card and registered business address. So 3 layer security at the same time.
Okay, so that is one. What I'm talking about is that if you see, one of the major reasons why Ola and Uber are successful today is because they have something called a security system. So if there is any issue with respect to the cab delays or in terms of customer not getting a proper service, they have the complete feedback system, and they take the ownership of collecting and even refunding the money. So what is, from that perspective, how do you take care of that?
Yeah. So, sir, currently this ecosystem, what we are working right now, is completely based off the WhatsApp chat groups, sir. There is n number of chat groups where the customer communicate with the cab owners and they share their bookings itself. So this ecosystem is currently unorganized and 100% unorganized. Sir. We are just trying to improve their efficiency, improve their management from 0% organized to 70% organized, sir. So in this point of view, we just helping cab owners to onboard in our platform. We just helping to take their some basic documentation. So the chances of getting cancellation of booking, chances of getting fraud is up to 3 to 4% only, sir.
So this platform is actually your customer is the cab owner, not the customer who is the who is taking the cab. Am I right?
Yes, sir. No, sir. Actually, we have a both platform for customer platform also as agent platform also. In agent platform, agent to agent communication is happening from one agent who have extra cab can offer cab to the agent who have extra customer. And second platform, sir, they just list their cab in our platform as showing in there, and the customer can cover. And customer can cover application and join us.
I'm just trying to understand how do you ensure the customer safety? If let's
Yes,
say
sir.
there is a customer, there is a vendor who has put in everything, but there is some mischief which has happened out there. How are you going to tackle that?
Yes, sir. We are using the same SOP as Ola and Uber are using, and the government laws are us for the cab onboarding process, sir.
Cab onboarding, I'm talking about after the cab onboarding, when they are taking a customer and there is a female customer who is there at night at different timings. How do you handle, how are you handling those situations?
So, sir, currently the local cab market is still unorganized, and we are in our application in upcoming days. We are giving the features of live tracking and SOS button in application also, so the customer can inform us that and we know that which point of location customer is there, so we can provide the help.
Basically, you are not focusing on customer security right now.
No, sir. We are focusing. We have this application is currently in under development stage, sir. We already complete our beta application from agent to agent point of view.
You already have customers. You have just written 450 locations, assured one-way taxis within 10 minutes. What does that mean?
That all thing we done in our beta application, sir. This is our final application.
Okay, and how many customers do you have right now in your beta?
In beta, sir, we have a 4,500 customers so far from all our platforms.
And how many cab drivers you have?
1,800.
1,800. And how much money you have made in last the beta stage testing?
In FY 21-22, that is around 90 lakh rupees transaction value, sir, and FY 22-23, that is 40 lakh till September, sir.
40 lakhs till September. And what are you expecting by the completion of 22-23-24? Sorry, 22-23?
Sir, we are in 2020 till September. We only do our beta testing, sir, and currently we are working to launch our full-fledged application by June, sir. So from June to December, we are expecting like 80 to 90 lakh rupees revenue.
How much funds you are looking at, and what is the equity you are ready to value?
So we are looking for 80 lakh rupees, sir, for 8 to 10% of equity, sir.
80 lakh rupees for 8 to 10% of equity.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you are saying that your startup is currently around 8 to 10 crores of valuation. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I see your team members who are part of with you for working?
Yes, sure. Sure.
What are their backgrounds? Can you give me some background about all four of them?
So I complete my BE in mechanical engineering, sir, and then I pursue my post-graduation diploma in tourism travel management. And I also pursued my master's in travel and tourism management, sir. My co-founder Kishore Nayak is pursued BE mechanical from same college. We are batchmate at the same time. And Vasu is a computer science engineer from Raipur itself, and Chandrasekhar is doing computer science engineering from Raipur itself. And Vasu have 3-year experience, and Chandrasekhar has 5-year experience, sir. In tech industry.
Okay. And okay, any advisors or any other incubators you have got support from?
Sir, we are supported from the AIC 36 INC from Chhattisgarh government, and I have from Gujarat, sir.
And where are you based?
We are based out of the Raipur, Chhattisgarh, sir.
You're based out of Raipur.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Amit, I think thank you so much for your pitch, and let's reconnect with you. We will share this pitch to all our investors as well, and let them come back with their own evaluation. And if they have any question, we will reach out to you on that.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day and take care.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, team. Now, I would like to request O2H2O LLP startup to start off with their pitch. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you see my screen?
Afternoon. No, we are not able to see your screen. It's coming up right now. Yeah, we can see your screen now.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, and so thank you so much
We'll
for
have
this
to-
opportunity.
You will have to switch it to the presentation one, and because it is showing Zoom to us.
Sure, one second.
And just
Can
for
you
the
see my-
record, a lot of people have joined late. This session is going to be recorded. We'll be sharing the pitch video to all the investors with us, whether they are here or not. So this is going to be a continuous process. So please give your best towards the pitch out here.
Yeah, sure, wonderful. So I represent this brand called Naturally Green, a part of O2H2 LLP, which is basically we are into organic manure, fertilizer, and everything to do with organic inputs for farming and gardening. I'll start my presentation with this. I'll start this presentation with a small corporate video of ours. Presenting to you, Naturally Green, O2H2, for you, always exploring the garden, mostly with the snows. We realize the danger associated with this kind of a behavior, especially with usage of chemical fertilizers in the garden. So was born Naturally Green, an organic and natural solution. We started with hand packing organic manure from our home. 3 orders in the first month, valued at $300. A year on, clocking 23,000 units at 11 lakhs plus per month. Future focus. Organic manure fertilizer industry is estimated to touch 1126 billion US dollar by 2030. We attempt 0.1% market share to hit 100 crore revenue. Our founders and our team are passionate gardeners who aim to bring about the greens with no artificial means. We source our products from economically weaker regions, thereby ensuring rural employment and reverse migration of labor. We provide customized organic solutions to the urban garden. All in all, ensuring environmental sustainability in the long run. Our certifications. What we have on offer: organic manure and fertilizer, a wide range of plant growth regulators and promoters, organic pesticides derived from natural sources, plant-based growing media, non-GMO seeds with genetic purity, high germination rates, widest variety of indoor and outdoor planters. Our processing and packaging units. Decomposting. Organic manure processing. Manual machine packaging. Semi-automatic packaging. Our warehouse. Processing hub. Order dispatches. Connecting our products to B2B and B2C. Deliveries are scheduled same day or within 24 hours of receiving an order. We have had very strong traction with our e-commerce partners, Flipkart, Amazon, Meesho, and JioMart. Our offline trade and distribution, innovation and reach. Very strong presence in 60% plus of Bangalore nurseries. Happy channel partners, leading to higher customer retention and repeat purchase. Our latest forte on the D2C front with our own website, strong traction on YouTube as an informative hub, strong follower base on Instagram, a 5-star review. Let's hear it from our customers.
I've been gardener for a couple of years now. Guys for naturally. Actually, about 6 months.
Completely, this is wonderful job of their product. My staff are definitely happy for it, and so am I.
So in short about what we've been doing so far. Of course, this video is about 2 months old. This is a corporate video that we had prepared. Now we have pivoted around moving slightly beyond gardening to basically also provide our products to farms, and basically urban farmers and rural farmers who are into 100% of export oriented and 100% of organic production of vegetables and fruits. So we are our products are 100% natural and organic. We don't this has been tested. We don't use any kind of additives or filters. And basically this is between me and my co-founder. Her name is Hansika. Between both of us have close to about 34 years of experience. I come from a background of BSc botany. That's my core forte. But then after my MBA, I actually had a 22 years of stint in different corporates, including companies like Shoppers Stop, NIIT, Levi's, etc. And then started this about a year and a half back. So after which we've seen, okay, so this is a team. We have a team of young, 11 young individuals taking care of different departments. And all of them have one common, quality in them, that they're all organic enthusiasts who do gardening and farming as a core. 80% of our workforce are women. And we proudly actually believe in having more of women force joining this this venture, this endeavor of ours. So basically, just to give you a backgrounder of where we are and what are we, where are we coming from? Basically, is the fact that traditionally we've seen that there is heavy usage of artificial and chemical fertilizers in farms, leading to soil getting depleted and environment getting degraded. In turn, the production of food which comes out of these farms traditionally are not 100% healthy. And in the long run, when farmers start using, we continue using artificial chemical fertilizers, etc., it leads to lower productivity, and therefore they are not able to make their living within the farms, and then slow migration into urban areas, urban cities, etc., which is leading to chaos. So this is on the one side, and the other side, we in the urban areas do generate a lot of kitchen waste, and it moves to landfills, which in turn leads to air pollution, liver pollution, and as well as environmental degradation. Of course, the more we talk about this, then we need to also look at the carbon footprint that we leave behind and all of that. We've seen that in and around Bangalore itself, there are many landfills which have been so contaminated now that the villages around the landfills, people have started again migrating to the urban areas. So this has been a two-pronged challenge. And we see also there is an opportunity in terms of rising demand for organic food and thereby organic fertilizers, and the need to build people. And the pandemic has taught us one important lesson, that we need to build our immunity very strongly. If you see, parallelly, government is also over the last 3-4 years slowly reducing the year-on-year, subsidy on synthetic fertilizer like urea, NPK, etc. So we are therefore also seeing a parallel strong traction of people accepting our products, which is organic manure, coco peat, vermiculite, perlite, and a list of such products which are actually helping farmers and even the local communities, gardeners, etc., who are using our products and seeing good benefit. Also from the supply side, each and every city is facing this problem of the wet waste. One is at source. One challenge which they face is that the mixing of wet waste and dry waste happens, and it goes typically to landfills, and it takes that much more time for the decomposition to happen, leading to major problems there. At the same time, if we look at it, if we do the right processing at the source itself, this can be converted into black gold. So what our concept is basically converting this wet waste into black gold, and we have got tremendous traction around it, and there is government willing to support this kind of a venture, because it's definitely a socially impactful and an environmentally impactful, approach. So what we do is basically, first is try and connect the best of best organic soil amendments in terms of organic manure as well as fertilizers that we have, which in turn improves the soil, plant and human wellness. Our target is to lower usage of chemical fertilizer to a maximum extent, including we have also started developing some pesticides which are 100% organic. There is no usage of any kind of chemical in that. Minimize waste landfill getting, getting degraded, except the landfills getting impacted, which will lead to sustainable living. And the objective overall to be is to recycle, reduce and reuse. So far in the video also we had presented that we started with 3 units in the first month when we started. Today we are shipping almost 1,000 units per day. We have positively impacted more than 1 lakh households from a point of view of actually having them to recycle their waste into compost, as well as taking the waste from them and doing our own composting and giving it back to the people who are purchasing organic manure, etc. from us. We have saved almost 1 million tons of waste going into landfills. And therefore, we have created rural employments, both.
I'm so sorry, sir, that I had to abruptly stop you. We're sticking on to a strict time limit. And now I open the mic. I also request Mr. Gautam to stop sharing the screen. And I open the mic to the investors. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Akshay. And thank you. Naturally Green, can I know your name, dear? You have to unmute yourself. You can unmute yourself now.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just would like to know your name.
Yeah, my name is Biju. In fact, I'm so sorry. There is some technical hitch. I made the entire presentation. I was actually presenting the whole presentation.
No. So Biju, I think there's not a technical glitch. Every startup has 10 minutes to pitch. So your 10 minutes are over and okay.
No, I was saying that for the last 4-5 minutes, I was actually talking, but I was on mute.
No, you were not.
Oh, no.
You can mute in the last 1 minute.
Okay, fine. Okay, sure.
So I've heard you, Biju. I've heard your thing and wonderful work. And I think one thing which attracted my attention was you shared that you have more than 60% of market share. What is that area you are talking about that?
So that is in Bangalore, in the plant nurseries where earlier they were actually selling inorganic manure, etc. We have moved them to selling organic manure. So almost 300 nurseries, plant nurseries in Bangalore actually sell our products and only our products, no competitive products. So we have close to 60% market share in Bangalore.
In Bangalore right now.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think you should make sure that in your video, you can add that as well so that it becomes clear, because that is not clear in that video.
Okay.
I just want a feedback, but that's a good effort. Now, I also want to know a little bit more about Black Gold. What is that Black Gold all about?
So the wet waste that we actually collect from these households, we do our processing by adding bioenzymes, etc., into actually conversion of into organic manure, which is rich in carbon and NPK, which is nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, which can be in turn the plants can easily absorb it with these nutrients. So the quality of soil gets enriched.
And how do you source this material from the home sources?
So there are 2 ways. One is we are actually so there is a composting unit which Government of India runs. The Government of Karnataka runs. The municipal authority runs here. We source it from them, and then we do our own processing. So when we source it from them, it comes partly composted. We source it from them and we compost it fully. That's a month-long process.
Do you pay for that? Do you pay for that?
No, that is free.
Okay, because a lot of this waste management is being taken care by the government officials, and there is a lot of money out there. And you rightly said it's Black Gold. So are they not charging it from you, or is that enough for you to scale up? And let's say if you want to take it up the entire thing, how would you like to utilize that?
So they generate almost close to about 200 to 500 tons per day of wet waste. Okay. And for it, so answering your question, there are 2 kinds of wet waste which comes out. One is completely processed. They do the processing, but their processing is not foolproof because it smells a lot when you take it out even after 45 days. What we take
Okay.
from them is partly processed, which is actually free. I mean, we collect it from them free. It has debris, etc. A lot of wet waste, I mean, dry waste, which is mixed. We do the whole processing. We fast track the entire composting process into about 25 to 30 days, and there is no smell at the end of 30 days.
And how much you have a processing plant? How big is that plant? What is the capacity of the plant right now?
Yeah, so we have got the Government of India NAIF approval just a month back. Government has, we've got the funding, debt funding at 6%. This project itself, it's around a 1 crore project that we have put up in Bangalore, close to Bangalore. It can process, it can actually have, we can generate around 2 to 3 tons of packaged products every day.
Okay, and how are you selling that up right now? These packaged products? I mean,
So-
how will you split further? I mean,
Yeah, so that was actually the remaining part of my presentation. Yeah, but which was just to cut it short and quick one. Currently, till now, we were doing manual processing. Everything was manual. Very partly, we were automating it, a few machines here and there. But now what will happen is now this automation will bring us to a level of around 60 tons minimum. At any point in time, we will have 60 tons worth of product stocks. And we have a certain demand which is there in Bangalore, which is definitely high. But we also see some surplus production that will happen. So we want to move it to other cities as well from Bangalore, both online and offline. So we want to strengthen
do
our
you have a
D2C.
website right now? Do you have a website right now where you're selling it? Kind of a
We have a
D2C
website, but we've not focused much on it. So we really want to bring it up. D2C focus is something that we want to build up. It's very minimal.
Mhm.
We are showing good traction on Amazon, Flipkart, etc. marketplaces, but on our own website, it is very minimal. So we want to strengthen that.
How about the costing with respect to inorganic products?
So it's basically, see, our COGS works out around 20 to 30%.
20 to 30. No, what I'm trying to understand is it costlier or is it at par or is it less costlier than the inorganic products?
Okay, so comparison is being made to a large extent, but the comparison is not right because the percentage of NPK in our organic manure in a kg versus the percentage in NPK, synthetic one, would be higher. But then the problem lies in the usage. So supposing NPK, the synthetic NPK and urea, etc., used in farms, in about 3 to 4 years' time, the soil gets completely depleted and dead. When they use organic manure from us, the soil gets enriched. So in the short term as well as the long term, they will see multifold benefits. In terms of costing, for example, with the government subsidy and all of that, they get NPK for around anywhere between 30 to 40 rupees per kg. We sell it around the same price. But in terms of the benefit, in the long run, it is highly, highly beneficial. In the short term, they might not see immediate result. So in the artificial and the chemically induced one, they see immediate result. But that is anomalous behavior, anomalous results. That is, I mean, it's not something which is healthy results.
So do you have any research done on that and any kind of a patent or a trademark which you have on your products?
We are in the process of applying for the patent. Of course, this whole process is not something which is a secret. It is something which is a traditional method. We've been using it traditionally in all villages, almost all villages. They compose their own wet waste and use it in the farms. But we are in tie-up with GKVK, which is the Bangalore body. We have taken this whole, I would say, this whole technical details from them. So in that sense, we've only added our own bit of experimentation and fastened the process. But this is something which is not really a trade secret in that sense.
Okay. So basically, it's not a very differentiated product. It's just the economies of the scale which you need to figure out.
Yes, as well as we have done some different method by which this whole thing gets fast-tracked. Earlier, it was taking 45 days. Now we are taking 30 days, and it is 100% without any kind of smell. So that's something which we are in the process of talking to experts on whether we can patent that part of it. This is not, what we are doing is not being used anywhere, is what we know as far as so far.
Yeah, so I think you should leverage that. And if you need any help on the legal part of it, do let us. We will definitely connect after this pitch and later on as well, because that is going to be one of the most important aspect when you, in terms of for your growth perspective on that. Okay. How much funding you are looking at and what equity dilution?
Okay, so before I answer that question, so we have got exemption from Government of India, ATIAC. We've been profitable right from year one. We are at an EBITDA at a PAT level. We are profitable. Last year we generated a revenue of 39 lakhs with a profit of around 54,000 rupees. This year we are clocking average of around 10 to 11 lakhs. We will easily cross 1.2 crores this year with a profit of around almost about 1.5 lakh is the profit. And as we move ahead next year onwards, we are looking at 4 crores and plan to hit about 100 crores in about 5 years time from now. So answering your question, the valuation what we have is about 50 crores of valuation, and we're looking at a 10% dilution.
And how much funding you are looking at?
Around 5 CR.
5 CR. Okay. And this will be utilized for which perspective?
Yeah,
Where
so
will you
it
be
will.
utilizing this money?
So to a very large extent, it is for our to moving into to expanding our sense of operations, sales and operations, because our production is in place. We want to really bring this to the marketing, sales and business development is what we're looking at. So to spread the word and also to a large extent cover our costs.
Is your factory which you are talking about that it can take up to 50, 60 tons or 70 tons? Is it already ready in terms of the plant manufacturing?
The structure plant is completely ready. The machinery will start flowing in by the end of next month. We will be completely ready with the machinery, and we will be starting the testing parallelly. So April first week to April mid of April, we will be starting a full-fledged production.
Okay, so mostly you will be using the money for sales and marketing. Is that
That's right.
And distribution, right?
Yes.
Okay. Any other specific thing you would like to share with the investors, which they should be, knowing while taking an investment decision?
I guess I've covered most of the stuff. Yeah. If they have any questions, they can.
We'll definitely reach out to you on the same. All of you who are present in the forum, you can please, if you have any questions around with Biju, please feel free to share. It can be asked from the startup also. That's okay. Okay. It looks like there is no other questions from that. So Biju, we will come back to you. This session is recorded and we will share it with all the set of our investors. And if required, we will set up a one-on-one call with the investors who will show interest in your business model out there.
Thank you so much.
But great work, Biju. Thank you so much for pitching it at Aakriti23, and look forward to work with you in future again.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Take care. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request G-Fresh Agrotech Private Limited to start off with their pitch.
G-Fresh, who is the founder? Shubham, right?
Yeah, hi. Hi everyone, good afternoon. I am Shubham, co-founder of G-Fresh Agrotech. I'm just sharing the screen. Is the screen visible?
Not yet. You have to go on the Zoom screen and share screen.
Is it visible now?
No. Yeah, it's coming up right now. It just says Shubham has started screen sharing. It is just coming up. Just give me a few seconds, maybe. I'm seeing some screen. Have you shared a presentation or something? Blackish greenish screen, which I can see.
It's a
Is it
blank
visible now?
screen.
Yeah, it's
Now,
coming up.
yes.
Yeah, it has come up.
Yeah. So G-Fresh is a demand-driven B2B supply chain company, which is majorly dealing into the perishable commodities and currently into the onion ecosystem. So as we all know how big Indian agriculture market is, and it's and almost 50% of the produce has been wasted due to inefficient supply chain, lack of farmers are understanding, demand supply mismatch, exploitation from the middlemen, and lack of storage facilities at the ground level. Because of that, almost India's 14% of the population is unable to have a resource to consume the adequate foods, and because of that, they are not able to live the life what they want. So now the major issues over here in the supply chain lies with the middlemen into the actual supply chain. Because of that, the major profits and the margins have been taken care by the middlemen into the supply chain. There are almost 4 to 5 different middlemen involved from sourcing to the end customers as the product reaches. So with this, there are some of the problems into the supply chain, like what problems have been faced by the farmers and the customers. At the farmer side, there is a minimum role of farmers in describing the price at the ground level, whereas they are being detected by the unfair prices and the delayed payments by the middlemen. There is often a minimum offtake requirement for the farmers for getting a better price from the middlemen. Because of that, they are not able to get the proper price, or the incomes is not that to the mark. There is lack of knowledge into the demand side and the storage side. Because of that, there is a huge post-service losses happening at the ground level, and which contributes almost 30 to 35% of the wastage at the ground level. There is because of this all scenarios, there is low income into the hands of farmers, and that leads to higher farm loans and it leads to suicides. And whereas as compared to the farmers, there are some problems faced by the customers also, like extraordinary high commissions being charged by the middlemen. There is large variation in the quality of the middlemen. There is a delayed delivery, because of that there is high logistic cost, along with there is a deterioration of the fresh produce happening at the in the supply chain. And the multiple middlemen are been doing the cartels and been forced to deal with the dedicated terms by them. Because of there is lack of transparency and traceability regarding the origin of the produce. So the above mentioned problems can be solved with the help of tech-driven efficient supply chain models that will eliminate the middlemen and connect the farmers to the end customers directly. So how GFresh come into the picture? Like GFresh was founded by me and my brother Naman in 2019. And the idea of GFresh came when we found that my father himself was facing multiple problems into the supply chain. And then we found that after doing some research, we found that it's not just a problem with the farmer community, but it's also a problem with the B2B clients across the India and the globally. So we come up with a business model where company will directly source the produce from the farmers and then supply to B2B clients comprising of wholesalers, retailers, and the corporates across India and globally. So with this, we are completely bootstrap startup, and our annual run rate is close to 45.9 crore rupees annually. And we're also working on blockchain-based technology to manage our business operations so that our business can be automated and scale up sustainably going forward. These are some of the key achievements what GFresh has achieved in last 3.5 years. Like we have been the part of PM office for the policy driving of the ease of doing business and agriculture. I was also part of Dubai delegations from Startup India and Invest India. And we were the top 50 startups being selected from SCO nations, which was been hosted by Tashkent by Uzbekistan government. We are also the part of awarded as one of the next gen icon by the Tally and MSME board. We are the top 300 agri startups been presented to the PM Kisan Sammelan, which was happened in October. There are a list of many things what we have been doing. So why we chose onion is one of the biggest question many of the investors have, and as we all know, India is the second largest producer of onions, and there are almost 21 different varieties being produced globally, and out of which Indian onion is the leading onions because it has proper we can say the taste buds are very fine and tuned. Along with that, there are many medicinal properties it contains, and because of that, it's been used in the export market for the pharmaceutical industries also. Along with that, there is a huge potential into the commodity because of its diverse production and the high shelf life. Along with there is huge export opportunities available globally. These are some key metrics what we have achieved in last 3.5 years. Is like we have been managed to reduce the post-harvest losses at the farm gate of close to 1 lakh metric tons of onions, which is being sourced from close to 90,000 farmers through our offline GFresh network, which is supplied to 300 B2B clients present in almost 9 different states and 50 plus tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4 cities in India. And our cumulative revenue or GMV till date is close to 160 crores, and our monthly average is 4 crore rupees. With our average monthly volumes are close to 2,500 metric tons, and our 90% of the sales is to the wholesalers, retailers, and the corporates. So this is our business model with a small glimpse of how it works. There is a farmer-facing application where farmers get onboarded and they get the daily pricing assistance, and they upload the products what they want to sell to GFresh. Once through our backend technology, we identify the prices based on the photograph what they have uploaded on the platform. If the farmer is ready to accept that price point, they will deliver it to the central warehouse, which is close to their farm gates. and they will get the instant payments at the time of delivery. In a central warehouse, sorting, grading, packaging, and the labeling is been done as per the client's requirement, and it will shipped to the client's location with the traceability of the produce origin and the with the efficient supply chain management. What benefits the farmers and the customers get from GFresh? So, to the benefits to the farmers are like instant payments, fair and transparent pricing without any deductions. So, we don't deduct multiple charges from the farmers, whereas the multiple middlemen deduct. There is no minimum requirement for the farmers, so they can sell as little as 50 kg to GFresh at the same price where the farmer is selling 2 tons of the produce. There is no dealing to multiple middlemen, so they get a better price at the sourcing level. Along with that, the customers get some benefits like timely delivery of the fresh produce, direct sourcing through the farmers, so they don't have to pay any high commissions. There is a quality and bid assurance because of our organized supply chain. These are some technology techs what we are developing in process. Developments are in process, and we are working on blockchain-based technology for our climatic forecast, demand supply analysis, and smart farming, and to plan our inventories and all. We are also working on supply chain efficiency, procurement engine, and the farmer-facing applications, which will act as a launchpad for our exponential growth in future and open more revenue streams for the organizations. This is the glimpse of our live dashboard and the mobile applications what we have launched for our farmers, which includes other KYCs, Satbara, digital payments, uploading and downloading of all the things what they want to sell to GFresh. So this is a competitive benchmark what we have. There are multiple players like Ninja Cart, Waycool, Dihat, Proform, and the supply chain, and they have been into the multiple SKUs, and they have not scaled up much well into the entire communities. But whereas GFresh has scaled up in a single communities at a higher level, the scalability is sustainable and in short term because we are into the single communities and we have not rushed many external funds because of our strong network of farmers and customers what we have built. There are numerous growth opportunities as mentioned earlier that we can tap into the other networks like farm inputs, precision farming, IoT-based agriculture, smart farm equipments, even financial services is one of the biggest avenue for our business growth we are looking for, and the product expansions like adding multiple SKUs into the organization. So there is a social impact also. We are driving it like we are increasing the farmers' income and enhancing the standard of living. We have reduced the farmer suicides. We have reduced the wastage of close to 1 lakh metric tons of the onion ecosystem. We have given the farmers a freedom from the exploiting middlemen and the black marketers. We are also promoting farmers for digital payments and so that they are financially included in the services. And we are also guiding the farmers on the market demand so that we can deliver the fresh produce to the end customers with our backend technology. So about the founders. I have completed my bachelor's in civil engineering in 2019, and then I started GFresh with my brother Naman. So I look after the farmer onboarding and the company's operations, whereas Naman has completed his bachelor's in BBA in 2020, and he's been looking for the sales and purchase of the hands onboarding majorly and the marketing part. We are also been well supported by the some of the industry experts like Hemant Mathur and my father himself is a farmer. He also supporting us into this journey. So these are the growth plans and the scalability plans what we are having for the future. We are looking for technological advancements into our platform. So geographic expansion is one of the biggest thing we are planning to scale up in the going future. We are also working on the export opportunities through contract farming and launching new SKUs that will be complementary for our farmer and the buyer network. What we so that we can cross sell the produce. Along with that, we are also working on the food processing so that we can convert the waste of the produce into a processed food and it can be exported to a bigger market. Along with that, we are also working on a new business line like credits and crop advisories, as mentioned earlier. So these are some projections we are planning.
I'm so sorry, sir. I'm really sorry, but we are sticking on to a strict time schedule. So I now open the mic to the investors.
Shubham, a good presentation, and we will definitely take it up few of the other aspects in this. You can unmute yourself, Shubham. Shubham, the first question which I have from you is, you mentioned about 45.9 crores of revenue. Is it the revenue or is it the GMV? Shubham, are you there? Okay, looks like Shubham's network is down. Aishwarya, could you please just check with Shubham if he can join back? Seems like I think he's joining back. Hold on. Shubham, are you there?
Sorry, I can't turn on my camera.
No problem. Shubham, what I wanted to understand is that you have mentioned about 45.9 crore revenues. Is it the revenue or is it the GMV?
It's a GMV.
And
It's the
how much
total
is
sales
your
we have
revenue?
generated.
Yeah, but how much is the revenue to you?
So the revenue to GFresh is close to 15%. The profits we can say, the gross margin.
No. So how much you are charging from the farmers?
We are not charging
So let's
anything
say
to the farmers.
there is a hold on. So what is the differential rate between the selling and the buying price? Is what I'm
So it's
trying to
15%
understand.
difference.
So actually your revenue comes in to be 15% of 45.9
Exactly.
crores. Am I right?
Right.
Okay. And what is the valuation you are expecting on this?
So we are expecting a valuation of 300 crores for raising a 30 crores of equity for our expansion plans and growth plans.
Okay. How are you evaluating the 300 crores?
So we are profitable from day one. We have 90,000 farmer who have been doing transaction with GFresh. So our backend technology and the forward linkage is one of the best because multiple players into the ecosystem are using our own sourcing and backend technologies.
Is there any validated valuation report you have received or a certified valuation report from
No, we
any
can do
valuator?
that because what we have found through our DCF method, we have done this valuation and we have got even higher, but we have discounted that and bring to 300 crores.
Yeah, but you would have done a DCF basis on your gross GMV, not on your revenue.
Because in agriculture, GMV matters. It's not the.
That of course matters, but for a company, your revenue is not the GMV. Your revenue is only the
So
percentage which you are
everyone in the agri ecosystem, the GMV matters because many of the startups have minus EBITDA of 20%. So how will they get evaluated? So GMV matters because its growth, it shows our growth eventually. That's why.
Okay, fine. So we will see. Definitely, will require a validated valuation
Definitely,
report.
we can show that.
Investors will figure it, or investors will be doing that valuation accordingly. Now, coming back to that, what is the kind of technology you already have with you?
So the technology what we have brought as of now is the farmer-facing application where the farmers get onboarded and they do the KYCs. They can upload the products onto the platform and they get they can sell the produce online. So we have launched this technology almost 2 months back, and we have close to 2,000 plus downloads on our platform. And now we are looking to raise fund for our scaling the technology and implementation of that.
Okay.
So this is the technology what we have launched as a phase one. This is the beta version of the technology. We want more features to be added, and that's why there is a cost involved for the adding the features. So we are looking for that.
You also mentioned about blockchain technology. What is the
Yes.
blockchain application you are involving into this?
So as of now, we are not using the blockchain. We tend to use it with the help of fundraise.
Yeah, but what is the application? Why do you want to use blockchain?
Majorly for the getting the proper testing and the verification of the farmers at the back end, and there should not be tampering into the data of the farmers.
How that blockchain will help? You have to give
So
me a
that will
use
help
case
us for the export market because for the European market, GCAP rating is required and the global safety norms are required, right?
Shubham, listen to my question. I'm asking how blockchain technology will help you. And what is the application, exact application?
I'm telling the same thing. I'm telling the same thing. The thing is, when we export to the European market, whatever the agriculture produce, we require the backward integration of the farmers and the farmlands with the proper certification. And that certification are majorly get tempered into the supply chain. And to manage that to avoid the tampering, we are using the blockchain-based technology with the help of barcodes. The European systems, the agencies can directly scan the barcode and they get the entire data on that particular front. because backward integration of the pesticides and all the inputs are to be taken care with the help of IoT devices. There are many certifications which are to be taken care for the European and the US market.
Okay. Now, you are two co-founders, right? Are you taking
Right.
your salaries from the company?
No, we are not. We are just taking the minimal salaries just for the sake of living. That's close to 5 lakh rupees annually.
Okay. And you are saying you are EBITDA positive. So that
Right.
includes that basic salary, right?
Yeah.
Now, with the fundraise, how much you are trying to increase the salary for yourself and for the team?
So for us, we are expecting a 10x growth on that salary because it's almost 3.5, 4 years. We have not taken much salaries, so we'll be taking up that eventually.
Will be taking up from 5 lakhs to 50 lakhs immediately. Is what you're
Exactly.
expecting. Okay. And this
Because we
30
want to support
crores
our
is
family, and
going
we
to
have
be
other plans also. That's why.
got it. So this 30 crores is what you are investing. Where will all that money be utilized?
So it will be utilized for the infrastructure development, for the on-ground farm gate warehouses, then for the technological advancements and team building.
Can you please give me the split?
So for the infrastructure, it will be close to 20 crores. For 5 crores for the technological implementation and 5 crores for the team building.
And this team building includes your salary as well?
Everything.
Okay.
Even the tech
What
hirings
about
and all.
sales and development? What about
Sorry.
sales and marketing? Sales and
So for sales
marketing?
and marketing, it's not required because we already have 300 B2B clients and we are able to fulfill only 10% of that requirements. So for sales and
You
marketing, as
mean
of now, not required, but with the help of future funders, we can definitely look into that.
and what will be your next fundraise?
So it will be close to 400 to 500 crores of fundraise.
What will you be doing with that fundraise?
We'll be expanding into the geographic expansion into major part of India, and we'll be adding other commodities and the major businesses of the credit, like insurance and the finance to the farmers. So we'll be starting that business avenues also.
And when you say 40 to 20 crores for infrastructure development, what is that all includes in infrastructure development?
So infrastructure includes the warehouses and the entire farm gate mechanisms for the warehouses and all.
Okay, so you are going to create new infrastructure or
Yeah, we are going to create a new infrastructure
upgradation on the
because
existing one?
there are no infrastructure available at the rural locations. So we want to set up warehouses close to the farm gates at different multiple locations in Nasik and around Maharashtra in the first phase, and then the second phase we will be setting up more warehouses into the other parts of India, which are the major production clusters of onions, so that we can capture the major part of India with the
You
efficient
are
supply chain.
focusing only on one product right now, which is onions. Am I right?
Exactly, because onion itself is having a market of 1 lakh crore rupees, and out of which 50,000 crore rupees onions has been wasted annually, as per the government data.
Okay, so G Fresh is focusing mostly on onion distribution and management, right?
As of now, but going forward, we will be into the other commodities also, like tomato, potato, garlic, which will be help us in the cross selling of the products to our farmers and the buyers network
Okay, and when will that be introduced?
with the next fundraise. Post funders of the second fundraise, what we are planning of 300 to 400 crores.
Okay, okay. Fine. If anybody has any other question, please feel free to ask. Okay, seems no question. Shubham, do you want to share anything specific to the investors, which you pass on a message to them to make them?
So we are one of the fastest growing agri startups into the ecosystem, and we have been also been profitable from day one. And the profits are not like just 1 or 2%; it's close to 5% of the EBIT, of the margins in the PAT.
It is 5% of GMV or 5% of your revenue?
5% of the GMV.
Okay.
So
Now,
our
another
gross
thing
margins
which
are
I
close to
wanted to check,
15%
who
for
are
this
your
financial year.
competitors? Who
So
are your
for this financial year,
competitors?
sorry.
Who are your, sorry, you complete your financial statement. Yeah.
Yeah. So for this financial year, we have projected a gross margin of close to 15%, out of which 5 to 7% will be our EBITDA margin. The PAT we can say directly.
Okay. And what will be that amount in terms of value?
In terms of value, for example, consider 50 crores of sales. On that, we consider 5%, so it will be close to 2.5 crore rupees as a pet.
And why are you not taking your salaries?
So because we want to first infuse into the company, then we will take a bigger chunk at the later stage. So because as of now we are supporting the company's growth, then we will once the investor is there, we have additional capital, we can think of taking the salary.
Okay.
As of now, we are reinvesting into the working capital completely.
Got it. One last question. Who are your competitors and how are you different from them?
So I've already mentioned that there are multiple competitors, but some of them are not the competitors for us because they are also sourcing from GFresh. There are customers also like Dihat, Ninja Guard, Waycool, even Corform are some of the customers also, and they are the competitors also for us. So they source from GFresh the produce what they want for this consumption. So this is a differentiator directly for the ecosystem, that they source from GFresh, whereas they shows that they are sourcing from the farmers network. One of the biggest differentiator, and we are EBITDA positive. They are not. They are having minus EBITDA 20%.
Perfect. If somebody is still having any questions, please go ahead. Otherwise, we'll wish Shubham a very all the best. Vikash, do you have any question?
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So I think let's, Shubham, thank you so much for your pitch. We will share this recording to all our investors panel. We'll get the evaluation done and we'll reach out to you on one-on-one basis after this event.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wish you very all the best. Thank you so much for being
Thank
here.
you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Now I request Salines Technologies Private Limited to start with their presentation. Yeah.
Hey guys, how are you guys doing? Thank you so much for having me here. Can you see my screen? Superb.
Yes,
So when I like pitching, I don't like it when me only talking all the time, because then I understand you're just sitting there the whole time listening to pitches. So it'll be a little interactive. So mind me if I ask you guys questions as well. So what we're doing here is we're making people human again. Now, a lot of people might be wondering, what is that? Are we making robots? Like, what is happening? So we are reimagining the post-pandemic workplaces with employee experience, wellness, and engagement. So according to the HR trends of 2022, number one is mental health of the workforce, the topmost priority for HRs, and number two is engaging and connecting with the hybrid mode of employees, right? Currently, with all the stress and worry in this world, this is what we look like. Correct? Do you agree with me? This is what we look like currently right now, right? I want to ask you, where did this go? The happiness and joys of doing the things we used to love. I'm pretty sure before most of you started working, you all had some passion or some kind of hobby you always loved doing. But because of work, it just takes the sidelines, right? And that's what we are doing. So for HRs, employee productivity and retention is the biggest concern. 33% of employees cite boredom due to disengagement in corporate is the main reason why people leave their job. And that accounts for $500 billion of losses for companies because of the disengaged and unproductive employees. HR just need a seamless solution for employee engagement and wellness. Regular HR employee engagement and wellness currently in organizations is only yoga, Zumba, fitness. And sometimes you have like a holy special day or a Christmas day or a happy birthday celebration, and that's it, and that keeps being repetitive over and over again. This sometimes makes it really, the same mundane thing over, which is why employees end up being more disengaged, because always the same yoga, Zumba, fitness, boredom prevails. Introducing Hobby Tribe. Now, see, HR struggle currently with few enrichment activities. They find it difficult to engage with their remote and hybrid employees, and there's unnecessary admin work where they will constantly keep planning for the next engagement activity, and even after doing that, they don't get a good response out of it, right? And there's no tangible data metrics at all to understand the effect of whatever they've created within the workspace. Well, now with Hobby Tribe, what happens is we enable employees to pursue more than 50 different hobbies / passions that they have In that way, we were able to increase engagement rate, which is not just 5%, which is currently in the industry standard. We are engaging them 67%. Why? Because it's something you personally love and it's not a one size fits all model, right? So we are enabling cross departmental networking growth where not only salespeople hang out together after working hours. No, now salespeople connect with the HR team connects with marketing, all because they are the same tribe. All of them are connected with like-minded people in the organization. There's daily engagement with automated reports for the employees, for the employer, that the HRs, and also now tangible data metrics providing to HRs with rich reports to tell you exactly what your investment in this software is actually doing. So, when we started, we kind of realized from the employee's perspective why employees don't pursue their hobbies. And I think you'd agree with me. The three main reasons people don't pursue their hobbies is time, travel, treasure. I call it the three T's. It just sounds very poetic and it's nice when you say three T's. So the three T's. And what we realized is what we've created now is a place where they can pursue their hobbies at their time and convenience. There's no traveling needed. Everything is either in the office or it's at home or while you're transiting to office and back and forth. And there's zero cost to employees. Boom. The Hobby Tribe solution has solved both the HR's problem as well as the employees' problem. Because now we have doctors who are pursuing their hobbies in the hospitals at 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. in the night as well. Imagine doctors being the most busiest people of them all. So, how does the super solution work? We, as Hobby Tribe, we create tribes, like clubs within organizations with tech and gamification, enabling like-minded people to connect on, engage daily. So, what happens is we reach out to corporates that have around 200 plus employees. We create MMA tribes or drama tribes, a sports tribe, or music tribe, etc., with daily engagements, which online and offline, not only online, offline as well, with rewards and recognition with the new life, like Gen Z guys, we all want instant gratification, right? So we always, every week, we have certain sort of game rewards where we give board speakers, Alexa speakers, etc., every week to the most active person pursuing their hobbies in the week. And also, if people want to take their hobbies to the next level, we have on-demand classes and live classes as well, with more than 50 different hobbies that you can learn from. Now, these are real-time images that we have with offline, online tribe activities. You'd see that, people just gradually tend to go and meet their friends within their office places, and HRs are happy because without them intervening, all of this is happening on its own. So if you see the bottom right corner, that was VIP Industries. Okay, they have a retail store. You might have realized sometimes when there's no customers coming to the store, the employees are just sitting doing nothing, right? And they are getting bored. Just if they are also humans at the end of the day, sitting there doing nothing for hours. Now, because of Hobby Tribe, those guys are also able to pursue their hobbies and engage, and their mental health is going to the next level, the stress levels reducing. And why I'm saying that is because of the feedback we are getting from them and the NPS understanding. We've been able, 98% of the entire workforce says that this platform has helped them reduce their stress, because scientifically it's proven employees that pursue their hobbies are more productive, more proactive, and less prone to mental stress. Now, with on-demand and live classes, we're able to gauge employees' NPS scores and also ask them questions based on their well-being, which gives them tangible data metrics as well. The way we measure and track and improve employee engagement and wellness is we incentivize the entire platform, gamified it so that makes people want to keep on pursuing their hobbies and increasing their mental health with real-time data insights for HRs. And also, we are currently developing an AI tool on top of our on-demand classes, where even though the teacher is not there, in these bite-sized classes, you get real-time feedback on what you are doing. That's under development. We're currently developing that. Now, a few testimonials and KPIs. 70% of the entire workforce is engaged in our platform because of community referrals. That is, the employees themselves go out and tell everybody in their corporate office to do it. 65% growth in week-on-week active users. 50% of the total company strength get activated in the first month itself. HRs, when they keep on doing these activities, they hello, can you hear me, guys? Well, I think I got cut. What was the last thing you guys heard?
Yeah, 50%. We were just talking about
Okay,
50%.
so yeah, so 50% of the company strength we activate during the, and normally when HRs do it, what happens is they have to keep on reminding people, which comes up to only 5%. But this is what we've been doing. with a 4.8 out of 5 NPS score. And if you see the reviews and the testimonials, it's exactly what we wanted to make adults kids again. When they say that they remind themselves of their school days, it helps them connect with their colleagues again, it's helped them reduce their stress and etc. etc. There's one testimonial where a person said that in their meeting, he danced in front of the entire meeting and he said he learned all of the steps pursuing the hobbies on Hobby Tribe. That's the kind of impact we're creating in the office space. It's a huge $1 billion opportunity because mental health is becoming the next big thing. And it's no longer physical health, but a lot of companies are investing in the mental health of their employees as well. You know, the pricing model is fairly simple. Everything that we are doing on the platform, be it online, offline, activities and workshops, the CAS platform, the HR technology, pricing, all of it, we are doing that only at 35 rupees per employee per month. That's it. Normally, it's 100 rupees to 150 rupees. We are able to do it at a price lower than you paying coffee per employee in your corporate office. So corporates pay an average of 1 lakh per month, it's around 12 lakhs per year. We call it a CAS platform, that is culture/community as a service, with a gross margin of around 60 to 70%. In the current traction, our biggest customers right now, Manipal Hospital and Times of India. We launched in one hospital in Manipal Hospital, loved it so much that we're going to be in 25 of their hospitals all across India. And in Times of India, we'll be in another 25 offices all across India. So 50 offices in a span of just 3 months, catering to more than 30,000 employees. Noble Hygiene is next. Kotak Life is also going to come up next. So the companies we're currently engaging on a monthly basis is Tata AIG and SBI Life. The customers that are going to restart using our platform would be My Shub Life and VIP. The potential pilots that we're going to start soon is Pentafreight, Coats, Zolo Stay, etc. They have still more, and also have begun discussions with the others as well. We've been incubated by Atal Incubation Center and Mainstage Hub in Germany, accelerated by the GrowthX Capital and also Expert Dojo. They've also invested in us, and also Vadhwani Foundation. And also, we are the top edtech startups in Mumbai for the past 2 years consecutively. The competitive landscape, we do not have any natural direct competitors. We have all indirect ones, mainly they're only in engagement or they're only in wellness. Our growth projections, we've already grew 2x in revenue since FY22, and we've with a 40% jump in our profit margins, and we're looking at an EBITDA positive in year 3 itself. Our funding ask is $350,000, that is 2.8.
Hello. I'm so sorry I had to cut you off that way, but we're sticking to a strict time schedule here. So I now open the mic to the investors. Thank you.
Yeah, can I just talk about the team then, and I can just end it there? Can I just talk about the team? It'll just take 1 minute. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Just start that. I think I want to know. So your fund ask and your team. Just complete that.
Fantastic. So we're asking for 350K, which is investment time, which we need around 12 months. We've already raised 1 crore in our pre-seed round. And for this 150K, sorry, the 2.8 crores, 1.5 crores is already soft committed from UHNIs. They're investing 35 lakhs each. So the remainder is what we're looking for from Aakriti as well. And also there's another Symbiosis Angels also that is looking to invest around 1 crore. So whichever invest first will be doing it. We're doing 350K at for 10% of the company. As part of the team, the media calls me the hobby man of India because I play multiple instruments, sing, dance, act, I do everything. Plus, we were the first ones to create a space like this and make a career path of thousands and millions of Indians who want to make a career doing what they love. Gaurav and Charles are the co-founders as well with me, who are for entire technology is built by them. Samir Panjiwala, he has 12 plus years as experience as the CHO of Accenture India. And he has helped us, he is a thought leader in employee engagement and wellness, and he's helping us build the entire platform, which is why we're able to scale so quickly within every corporate that we're working with. And a few of our investors include Anand, who's the CTO of Enterprise Technology at AWS. We have Akash Parekh, who's the Associate Director of Colgate, and the Brian McMahon, founder of Expert Dojo. And we have a few other big names as well who have invested in us. With their expertise collectively, it makes us a very, very good a company to invest in, and because of our growth as well within the corporate. So yeah, that is Hobby Tribe.
Perfect. So great, Joshua. I think this is a perfect, very nice pitch and really good energy, and the kind of hobby thing which you're bringing in definitely impacts the mental health of the people. what I think you've covered most of the points. One of the points which I want to just understand, what is the total amount of revenue you are already making? Because you said you have got couple
Yeah,
of clients and you just started three
correct.
months back. So what is the amount of
Yes.
revenue you are making and how much it is going to be expanded when it comes to adding Manipal and Manipal hospitals and Times of India?
Yes. So what's happening is our focus was never revenue as of now. It was more to do with building the product in Manipal Hospital in Times of India, because before we scale to the other corporates, we wanted to create a complete product. Saying that, we still have revenue. We're closing probably this financial with 40 lakhs of revenue. And this current year, because we're going to focus more on sales because of the investment we raised now. It's going to mainly go into developing the product. So by the end of this next financial year, we're looking to close at around 2 crores of revenue ARR. So yeah, that will be this. That will be this coming year's projection. So we are already at 40 lakhs. Uh, by April, we'll hit 40 lakhs in revenue.
Are you charging anything to Manipal Hospital right now or not?
Yes, 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 yes. So currently, with the company, so they started with one hospital. We're charging them 25,000. They've given us another hospital now. We're again charging them 25,000 per month. But in April, we are in talks with launching in all of their 25 hospitals all across India. So that is when we'll be charging them somewhere around 2 lakhs per 24 lakhs for the entire year.
And where are you going to utilize the 2.8 crores? You can just
Yeah.
unshare your screen.
So yeah, mainly the 2.8 crores is going to content creation. It's going to go into sales and operation. 25% is going to go on AI, ML, R&D and tech, because you're going to have a lot of AI, ML on the platform. And also incentive partnerships or rewarding engagement would be 12%. So 33% content creation resources, 30% sales and operation, 25% would go into AI, ML, R&D and technology, and 12% will go into incentive partnerships and rewarding employee engagement.
Perfect. Joshua, I think I have got my mostly the answers you've fairly covered in your pitch deck. But anything you would like to share with the investors out there, because this recording will be going to 50 plus venture capitalists out there, and not everybody is present out here, so they will need their own time to evaluate. So, any
100%.
message you would like to share with them?
Yes, I would. See, we are going to build the future of work. We don't call it HR tech. We are the future of work, going to revolutionize the entire way corporate wellness is happening, because donkey's years, it's been the same thing. It's time for change, because Gen Zs are going to come into the building. 40% of the entire workforce is going to be us. So there needs to be a change in how things are happening. And this is going to be what the change is like. Everybody needs to be happy. Join us if you want to be the reason for a billion smiles and be a part of the future of corporate growth with us. We're aiming for a 10x growth this year. Thank you so much.
Right, you're actually closing. You're actually working towards a very close vision of ours of having 1 billion soulful smiles, and I think we would love to work with you, Joshua, on the same. And just want to understand one thing, that what kind of aspects you are going to cover. I think there is one question before I ask my question. Let us take us that
Mm.
question. And if anybody else has a question, please write it out. So Kavi Shahani is mentioning which are the hobbies covered in this platform. What is the time you are looking at employees spend per day or per month?
Fantastic. So, in terms of hobbies covered, we have everything from guitar, keyboard, singing, dancing, acting, different languages like Mandarin, French, English, German. Could be photography. It could be trekking. It could be biking. It could be coffee. Whatever your hobby is, any and every hobby is on the platform, because they are not paying us per hobby. That's the beauty of it. We're giving every hobby on the platform that can be used for them. So that is how we're able to personally reach out to every single employee's need. And how much people use per day? Maximum per week they use the platform for. I mean, per day people are coming in maximum for like three to 4 minutes. That's it. So if you consider it for like this would be around in a week around say around 21 minutes probably. That is if they attend the on-demand classes which are 2 to 3 minutes long. If they do the activity which is another 1 to 2 minutes long, and they attend the live class on a Saturday, then it will be around 30 to 45 minutes long. So yeah, it doesn't eat up the corporate's time because they take it whenever they are free. Like I said, in Manipal Hospital, some of them do that 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. in the night. Some of them, while they're traveling back home and stuff using Facebook, they come onto our platform and use our platform to engage, while they're traveling back home and coming to work and so on and so forth.
So Joshua, one question from my side again. How it is going to help organizations working on reducing the moonlighting aspects, which is specifically, you mentioned about Gen Z, and Gen Z is all about doing multiple things at a time, keeping their security in more control and things like that. Is it that, are you expecting that it will help organizations to reduce moonlighting as well?
I mean, I kind of feel like that in a way because see, the reason a lot of people do moonlighting, especially the Gen Z, is because they always want, new opportunities. They always want to run after the new flashy thing that comes onto the screen, something that's going to keep on elevating them and not going to keep them in their space. When you enable them to pursue their hobbies and passion, their mind is already preoccupied in doing something about it benefiting them. So I feel once they start doing this, it's not only that they're going to work in an office space doing what they're working at, but also they'll be able to build on what their passion and their hobbies. Because see, about the whole Gen Z culture is all about it's a go-getter culture. I know you can do this, go for it, go do what you want, do what you love, live your life and enjoy. Right. So when you live your life, it includes you doing your passion as well. And if the company is offering that to employees to be able to pursue their passion, I don't see a reason for them not to do the things they, like moonlighting and stuff like that, unless the company is not giving them enough money. Then that's the company's problem, and that they'll have to figure their own. So yeah, I think another one is your slides didn't cover what you'd be doing for
We have
wellness.
very much
Yeah.
time
So
now. Just a moment. Akshay, do we have time for question and answers more?
So we have a minute left for the Q&A to end.
So we have a minute, Joshua.
super. I'll finish it quickly. Yeah. So in terms of wellness, everything in terms of what we're doing for hobbies is wellness because, like I said, science has proven employees that pursue their hobbies are more productive, they are more proactive, and less prone to mental stress. That is way more. It's way better than you doing the same old thing you're constantly doing over and over again. At the end of the day, what does wellness mean? Wellness means you removing whatever that thing is been bothering your mind and focusing on something you love. Where a lot of people say when they play cricket or they go for runs or they swim, they don't even think about work. And that is what wellness is about, because that is when you're, getting out of reality and pursuing something that you just love. So the whole essence of you being able to pursue your hobbies is attached to wellness. I hope I answered your question. If not, I would love to deep dive and tell you more about it.
No, I think Joshua, you have covered it pretty well. Thank you so much for answering that. And with this, we wish you very, very all the best, and we'll connect with you one-on-one on the same.
Thank you so much,
Have a
Ancha.
good day ahead.
Take care, guys. Stay blessed. Bye.
Over to you, Akshay.
Yeah, so now we're coming to an end to this session for a new beginning. Let us now remind ourselves with our common purpose of transforming India into a super powerful economy once again, so that we can proudly say that our country again as Sone ki Chidiya. And just to share with you all how and what we are working towards, let's hear the Sone ki Chidiya Ko Jagao anthem, and I request you all to stand up for the same. Thank you.
पंखों को फैलाने दो उसे फिर से, जहां में ऊंचा उड़ जाने दो फिर से। बेरोजगारी को मिटाना है, पढ़ाई का सबक सिखाना है, मिलकर बढ़ाओ यारो सोने की चिड़िया को जगाओ यारो। सोने की चिड़िया चिड़िया गुलामी में थी गुम सारी खुशियाँ एक नया भारत बनाना है सोने की चिड़िया को जगाना है मिलकर बढ़ाओ यारो सोने की चिड़िया को जगाओ यारो सिर्फ कहना नहीं सुनना भी जरूरी सोचो समझो क्यों व्यापार है जरूरी सिर्फ कहना नहीं करना भी जरूरी सब हाथ बढ़ाए तो फिर कैसी मजबूरी चले थे हम भी अकेले अब हैं साथियों के मेले हर किसी को साथ लाना है मिलकर बढ़ाओ यारो सोने की चिड़िया को जगाओ यारो हर घर में सबको बढ़ाना है सभी को समृद्ध बनाना है देश में रोजगार पनपेगा उजड़े भारत का भाग्य फिर चमकेगा मिलकर बढ़ाओ यारो सोने की चिड़िया को जगाओ यारो
जहां डाल डाल पर सोने की चिड़िया करती थी बसेरा लाना है हमको वापस फिर नया दिवस सुनहरा पढ़ाई व्यवसाय और व्यापार को देना है बढ़ावा आत्मनिर्भरता का सबक है सिखाना सोने की चिड़िया को है जगाना
Thank you so much, one and all. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Akshay.
So sorry. Yeah, so I, Akshay, on behalf of the entire Bringle team, will be thanking you all. And I would thank you all, the startup founders, investors, and other participants to be part of Aakriti23 Startups Carnival. And we will soon reach out to you all for the next step. We will now be breaking off for lunch. We will meet you by 3, sir? Yeah, we'll be meeting you by 3:15. We'll be getting back to you. Till then, let's speak loud. Jagao jagao, har ghar, ki soni ki chidiya ko jagao. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Akshay. Let's reconvene at 3 p.m. And till then, all the best to all the startups. And once after this event, next week onwards, we'll start reaching out to you to help you connect with one-on-one with the investors who are going to be interested in your pitches. Thank you so much. Wish you very, very all the best. Take care.
I'll get started. So once again, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, one and all. Happy Bringling. I am Akshaya, and I'm going to be the host for today. We at Bringling are working towards a vision 2030 to transform 1 billion lives, 1 million businesses, and 100 unicorns with an investment of $1 billion and adding 5 trillion GDP to our country. And working towards mission zero unemployment and mission net zero to transform India into a self-sustainable, environmental friendly, and financially independent economy, leading to zero unemployment and net zero. And to achieve that, we need more and more startups to generate employment, revenues, and investments for our country. And that's why we at Aakriti have identified these Super 30 startups out of 801 startups who have applied on Startups India portal to pitch in front of our investors. So before we get started, I would like to start this session with the Indian National Anthem, and I request you all to stand up for the same. Just a second. Is it audible?
No, the screen is also not shared, Akshay.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
मनाधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you so much. So sorry about it. Thank you so much, one and all. Now, I would like to request Aakriti representative, Mr. Anshav Jain, to share more about the same and also moderate the session with the experts. I would like to give a brief introduction about Mr. Anshav Jain. Anshav Jain, who is the chief promoter of Aakriti Sone Ki Chidiya Ko Jagao initiative with a mission of transforming 1 billion lives, 1 million businesses, and 100 unicorns. Anshav Jain from India is having 21 plus years of corporate experience, an angel investor, startup mentor, business consultant, serial entrepreneur, and now founder and MD of Bringle Excellence, UK and India. Anshav has transformed a loss-making business into a sustainable, self-sustainable $100 million USD global startup. This wasn't easy. He lost his high-paying corporate job after growing 16 times in just 11 years and has tried 21 plus ideas in 21 years, lost 7 plus businesses in 7 plus years with a debt of over $500,000. And now working towards transforming India into a self-sustainable and financially independent economy, leading to zero unemployment with his new book, Sone Ki Chidiya Ko Jagao, Awakening the Golden Bird. Ansha is working towards his global vision 2020-2030 to transform over 1 billion lives, 1 million businesses, and 100 unicorns with an investment of 1 billion USD to develop world's largest patented and inclusive virtual metaverse skill tech university with a blockchain-based skill bank by bringing excellence in 3 E's: education, employment, and entrepreneurship. He has developed a proprietary methodology, Design Your Unicorn, to coach entrepreneurs on 4 areas, 7 pillars, and 105 factors which can make or break the businesses. Now he conducts these workshops all across the globe, working with solopreneurs, entrepreneurs, and business owners, startups, and MSMEs to help them sustain, adapt, and scale up their business right from an idea to unicorn in 3 to 5 years of time. Over to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Akshay, for such a wonderful introduction. And really welcome all of you in the Aakriti fourth session today. And this is part of the startup ecosystem which we are developing within the Aakriti ecosystem or within the Aakriti. The idea here is to give an Aakriti or a design or a shape to an Indian economy, working towards Mission Zero Unemployment. Mission Zero Unemployment is one such aspect by which we are focusing upon two ways. It's a two-ways approach. At one side, we focus on building up the skills of the entire youth and children of our country. And on the another side, we are focusing more on the aspects of, on the other side, developing startups or businesses to make them more sustainable so that they can generate more and more employment for the country. And eventually that will bring more revenues and more GDP or investments for our country as well. Considering that, we have been working on, we have received 801 startups through Startups India and 17 state governments, plus 300 plus incubation centers who have kind of participated in this, and which has given us a coverage of around 300, almost 150,000 plus startups, and out of which 801 curated startups have published on Startups India portal, out of which top 102 startups have been identified who have been marked or evaluated by 12 plus investors, the venture capitalists and angel firms, and which has eventually culminated into a super 30 startups who are going to be pitching, who have pitched. Half of the session has been done already, and then half of the session will be completed by tomorrow. And these super 30 startups will be taking up for an year-long process with a complete support on not just about fundraising, but also on business development, their growth strategy, their globalization, digital transformation, operational excellence, and any kind of personal branding or sales or marketing support which they require. So it will be a complete holistic support and handholding which we will be providing through an Aakriti ecosystem. And that is what the mission of Aakriti or Bringle Enlighten VC, which we are looking at transforming India into a startups capital of the world. So this is one part of the ecosystem which we are developing. With us, we have various global partners as well who are going to help us, get the better coverage, not only just in India, but in US, Canada, Australia, Middle East, Southeast Asia, Africa, and various parts of the world, which will actually give us a coverage today. So we had set up a non-stop 50.5 hours of World Book of Records, which was and which has given us a total reach of 6 continents, 21 subcontinents, 158 countries, and 2024 cities globally. And that's a World Book of Records which we had set up. And accordingly, we have got around 50,000 plus experts community, 15,000 plus entrepreneurs, and 3,000 investors, 50 plus venture capitalists. There are 17 plus state governments and 300 plus incubation centers, which are currently incorporated within the Aakriti ecosystem at this point in time. With this ecosystem, we will be helping you out to grow that further and further, and we will take those discussions over a period of time. One thing which I want to share with you, that a lot of these investors who are part of the Aakriti ecosystem are taking these decisions or investment ideas offline. We, from an Aakriti ecosystem or representative perspective, we are taking up these questions and recording these sessions for them. They are parallelly watching it in their parallel streams. Apart from that, this entire recordings will be shared with all the 50 plus venture capitalist ecosystem. We will have an evaluation sheet coming in from them, and whoever is interested to invest in whichever startup, we will set up a particular demo day for that particular startup along with all other investors into it, or one-on-one call with that investor. So that's the process we will be adopting out of it. So please don't get worried about that the investors are not here. They are not watching it. So you give your best out there. They have already shared some of the questions with us, and we will be, on their behalf, we will be asking those questions. If some investors decide to join in the forum, they will definitely come in and ask their questions directly as well. So that's going to be the format for the entire session, and we will be taking it up one by one, the startups into it. Before that, I think we have some 20 to 30 minutes, Akshay. How much time do we have for the panel or a keynote?
3:45 pitching starts.
3:45, the pitching starts.
3:45, fine. So what I'll do is I'll take 20 minutes to just give a startups a little understanding about that. Each of us wants to, raise funds or design our unicorn. We want $1 billion company with us. But do we really know what does a $1 billion company requires? What are the aspects, how we can work it out? And this entire concept, which I'm going to share with you, which is going to be called as Delta Force strategy, which will give you the tipping point in your business. And if you apply that Delta Force strategy, I will also leverage some of the aspects of Lean, Six Sigma, project management, which can make anybody more and more successful. That's where the most of the corporates are deploying these practices into their businesses today. So if you are able to apply those principles right from the start, you will have a self-sustainable and scalable business out there. So having said that, this Delta Force strategy is actually designed or curated by none other than Kunal Shah, who is the founder of Cred, which is now more than a $2 billion company today. And he was an earlier co-founder of Freecharge, which he has sold his company in $600 million, after which he has started this Cred. So most of you would know him. So there would be various aspects of different methodologies which we have leveraged out here. So some of them are created or curated by me, but we have reframed it in a different manner, learning from various experts out there in the industry. And just to let you know, 2009, what happened with respect to the Lehman Brothers recession, the downturn, it was because properly the project management and the quality management was not implemented at that point in time. And that was one of the reasons because of which they really, really struggled. And if you are able to apply these principles right from the start, you will definitely be very successful out there. Coming back to this, Design Your Unicorn is a model where you transform your ideas right from an idea level to $1 billion business model in 3 to 5 years' time. That's the model, that's the brand which we are running in. If somebody wants more details around it, you can go through designyourunicorn.com. You will get more details around that. But let's move ahead from there. And remember one thing. There are 3 stages when you create or design your unicorn, or you would like to create that. And it will always go into these 3 stages. The first step, which you need to focus upon, that how do you sustain your businesses out there? How will you make it self-sustainable? Once you make it self-sustainable, there are some revenues coming in. There are some, your profitability coming into it. You have to move into the next stage, which is called as adaptation. Adaptation is one of the aspects which is you have to adapt with respect to the current competitors, the other customer requirements, and change your business models as and when required. And then once you reach to their blue ocean strategy, and you are able to figure out that what customer are looking at and what you are able to provide them as a benefit or a value addition, you can scale it up much better. And when you scale at that point in time, you will require a major aspects of a digital transformation in your businesses. See, every idea which we have can shape up into a startup today. So don't think that your ideas are worthless and you cannot do it. It might look like a very simple idea, but it may transform the entire community. It may change the lives of so many people out there. And that is where the most important aspect is, don't forget about, don't devalue yourself. Think about the best. If you need any help, we are having a lot of free and paid support as well, which we can provide to you from that perspective. The book Sone Ki Chidiya Ko Jagao, which is also available on Amazon and Amazon globally and India as well. You can also get it at sonekichidiya.org, which also talks about lot aspects about starting up your business, idea validation, product development, branding, marketing, content. And it is written by 23 co-authors from 9 countries and 4 nationalities. So it will help you out a lot of those aspects as well. 100% of that profits goes from that book goes to underprivileged youth and children education. So my suggestion is that buy that book. It will help you out to understand if you want to just try it out. Even if you are already having a product, you want to work on personal branding, content strategy, digital marketing, all those concepts are very well explained out there. So once you get your idea into a startup model, the one of the biggest challenge which we have seen is not every startup doesn't become it becomes a unicorn. More than 97% of startups or businesses doesn't survive beyond 3 years. Only 1% of the startups or the businesses get some sort of funding. And out of them, 90% goes unsuccessful, which means that there are successful rate of becoming a really an established company, probably a potential to become a unicorn, is only 0.01% or 0.1%. So you have to be very careful when you work on your business model, because otherwise it's just not about your money, it's about your time, effort, energy, and the potential opportunity loss which you might be doing because you have not been able to scale up to that level where it could have been. You might have left your jobs, you might have left your other businesses and working on this model. Even if you waste 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years down the line, it's going to be a big waste for you. And there will be a biggest problem that you may have challenges to go back into the corporate or the job ecosystem as well, because your mindset has probably transformed today. The companies will start looking at you in a very different manner. So it's very important that when you start a business, you think of a long-term perspective. We have a vision 2020-2030 to transform 1 billion lives, and we would like to support 1 million businesses to achieve that target. And of course, bring at least 100 unicorns by 2030 with this initiative of Sone Ki Chidiya Ko Jagao or Design Your Unicorn, or even Aakriti ecosystem for that matter. We are going to talk a little bit on the business model canvas, but I'm not going to talk in detail. This business model canvas training is available on our Bringle Talks YouTube channel. You can go there and learn about various how to create a business model canvas, what are the components you need to take care and things like that. And that's probably not required for all of you startups out here. Now, I'm just skipping off this slide. So think about how many, each of us feels that starting a startup is hard. But if you ask Grant Cardone, who has actually set up a $3 billion business in his real estate industry, in the real estate industry, he always talks about leaving your comfort zone is hard. Staying broke is also hard. Pick your heart. And I think that's one of the statements which is very, very prevalent in today's time and has to be taken care from the perspective of startup founders, whether they should be going ahead with their idea and converting that into a startup and eventually to a unicorn. Most of you would have heard about this book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and another book of his, which is called as Cash Flow Quadrant. I would really recommend each of you to buy these two books as well. So apart from Sone Ki Chidiya Ko Jagao book, you should also buy these two books and read it again and again and again. One is your Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and another is Cash Flow Quadrant. One of the important aspects which Robert Kiyosaki talks about, and is one of my mentors, what I really like about talking here is that the way he talks about the transformation from a self-employed business to a business owner and how the transformation that happens. If you see what he mentions about that, actually at the left side of the quadrant, 5% of the wealth is being owned by the 95% of the population, while the 95% of the wealth is owned by the 5% of population, which is on the right-hand side of it. More than 97% of businesses which do not survive or they struggle, they actually end up being a self-employed businesses. They never transform, they've never been able to transform them into a business ownership, which is about where your system starts working. Now, it does not mean that you will have your own team and everything right from the start. So there are 4 types of hats which you can wear at different point in time. So the first hat would be your employee hat. where you can actually, you will be working all alone. Probably you don't have anybody. So 100% of your time is being spent out there. And when you go into the self-employment zone, you start having few of the people who would help you out to work either as a freelancer or maybe one or two co-founders with you, or maybe one or two team members. So your 80% of work is still being done by you, but 20% is you are taking help from them because it is your business, your idea. You know much better than that. Till this level, a lot of people work. A lot of people are able to be successful from shifting from employee to self-employed model. But the major transformation happens when you have to move from self-employed to a business ownership, because there the transition becomes almost opposite in terms of you will start spending only 20% of the time, while your team will have to, and processes, your systems have to be in place so that your team works 80% of your time, of that time out there. And that is going to be very, very critical from that perspective, which is going to be out there. The another aspect when you move into, and that's where you own the actually a business owner hat. When you move from business to investor, you can actually become an investor in your own business. And that's the time when you, even in your business owner stage, you are actually only reviewing. You are not doing anything. You are actually now become a leader. You are able to, you have the right processes and systems, and you're reviewing the processes. You are reviewing the KPIs, you're reviewing the matrices and checking whether the things are going on the right direction or not. You are focusing more on vision, growth, and those kind of aspects rather than going into a day-to-day job. And that is where your business ownership or business transformation is going to work from a self-employed to a business owner part of it. When you move to an investor stage, you actually hire work on your succession planning. You have leaders who are going to manage even the review process for you. And even if you are out of it, you will be able to manage or continue to run your business irrespective of whether you are there or not. And that's the time you will have actually 0% of time being spent out there. So just make sure that whenever you are working, you think on these grounds. And this is where, if you see, you will have idea stage when you have a product development stage, when an initial product development you're working, you focus on this employee stage, you focus on entirely on that thing. When you get into a self-employment zone, you actually have starting generating early revenues. When you transform to a business ownership stage, you will have a more of a blue ocean strategy or a growth strategy. And when you become an investor, it becomes a completely self-sustainable and scalable business out there. So this is how your model works into that perspective. I'm just flipping it through. I'm just wanting you this particular exercise to be done. You can watch Sone Ki Chidiya Ko Jagao podcast number 3. Check it 7 times and write your 7 transformation stories. Where you have done some transformation in your life, and that will help you to build up your own go-gettership or entrepreneurial spirit to keep going ahead in your tough times when you go through your startup out there. Now, this is some of the questions which I would like to ask all of you, and you can put it into the chat windows out there. One, for whom you are running the business? Type it out in the chat window quickly. For whom you are running the business? Okay, so you are running the, because we always say customer is the king. So we are running the business for the customer. How will you make your king extremely happy? Okay, so Amit Kapoor says SMEs and startups. Okay, no. So we are running the business for the customer. We will make our king extremely happy by solving his problem extremely well. And this particular exercise is leading to a Delta Force strategy, which is what I was talking about from Kunal Shah from, okay. And you rightly said, Amit, by understanding their pains and helping them overcome them. But how will you solve the customer's problem extremely well? And that's where it comes by understanding the problem really well. There are 4 ways by which there are 4 secrets to attract customers and provide them the best experience. Use in-depth customer feedback analyzing process. Use a system to analyze feedbacks. Prioritize listening to your customers. Don't just try to force feed your product to a customer. Listen to your customers whether they're really liking that product or your service or not. And whatever problems they have, are you able to solve that problem for them? Don't force fit into them and then solve the real customer problem. Now let's do this another exercise which is actually being done by Kunal Shah in most of his events. Okay. How would you rate the current online train ticketing system? Consider it from 1 to 10 and 10 being the best, 1 being the worst. Can I have quickly some options in the chat window? Okay, so most of the times, what the average I've been getting in from various sessions like this is 7, 8, or 9. If I talk about how would you rate the 15-year-old ticketing booking system where you have to go to the physically, go there, stand in the queue and things like that, it always will come as 1 or 2 or 3. So if you average it out, it will actually give you a delta of 6. So it means that current system is actually has improved by a 6 of the delta out there with respect to the efficiency and effectiveness out there. And that is the kind of improvement in quality of solution which it has. So as per Kunal Shah and Delta 4 strategy, it says that once your customers start, rating you more than 4 times than what you were providing, what the problems you are solving for, you actually achieve a tipping point. And Tipping Point is another book you guys should must read about it, where it talks about how you will get that exponential growth in a business process. And how to achieve a tipping point is based on this Delta 4 strategy. And that is what it becomes very, very important for you. So find solution to the problem of the customer, which can give them greater than 4 of difference in the quality parameters. So this is one of the another strategy which everybody talks about, competitive analysis. We talk about blue ocean strategy, but we don't know what needs to be done out there. And I'm going to give you this matrix, and this matrix you can start using it for all your competitive analysis or competitive understanding and creating the best solution or the product for the problems which you are facing or your customers are facing. So there are 2 parameters, X and Y, axis. So one is the effectiveness, which is your quality parameter. It is like you are transforming, you have created a very good quality product, which is going to transform, the way it is working it out in terms of, let's say today's Ola. The way you are booking the cab has changed that entire thing. The quality has changed. Quality, okay, I would say that quality has not changed because the cabs are still the same. It is speed which has increased. So that is called efficiency, because now you can book your cab within minutes out there. When it comes to quality, they may sometimes say that there are premium class of services which are available and you are creating those quality parameters. You're not bothered about how fast you can do it, but you're more working on the quality of the cab. And that is where the quality parameters comes into the perspective. Another example of the speed is Blinkit. They talk about 10 minutes delivery. They're not changing the quality of the product. They're only focusing on the speed of the product. Domino's has actually worked on both quality and speed parameters to some extent. But yes, I'm not getting into whether their quality is deteriorating or increasing or whatever, but they have created a better quality product versus the other kind of pizzas which are available in the market, more standardized. And now over a period of time, then these things keeps changing. Now there could be a manure which you have created, which is a patented manure which we have recently seen. And that manure could create a different kind of a production or agriculture production. That is a quality change which you have done. So these kind of a transformations you have to figure out on your businesses and then list them down that from these perspective, where do you stand at this point in time? Now, if you are working on a Me Too product, which is your speed is also going to same, there's no changes, there's no change in the quality, you are actually sitting in a red ocean. And this is another book, if you want, you can read it out, which is Blue Ocean Strategy. Blue Ocean Strategy is very, very important from that perspective, because you have to figure out how do you create your own ocean where there's no such competition. Here, in this red ocean, everybody is fighting for business because you're just a Me Too product. And it's not going to survive. Investors are not going to be interested in that. Not only you you also will not be able to transform it into a real good business unless you bring in some transformation either in quality, in terms of speed, which can give you faster turnaround. So you are focusing on speed, not the quality. If you focus on quality but not the speed, you will actually have better satisfaction to the client. The quality, time may be a little more, but the quality of food, the quality of product is much better than what they expect or what they want. And it is literally solving their problem. And that is a higher satisfaction. The fourth aspect, which is the blue ocean strategy, where you are able to transform the speed as well as the quality parameters. And it is visible in your customer surveys as well, which we call it NPS, Net Promoter Scores, whether they are ready to promote it in their own circle to other customers as well. So that's about the blue ocean strategy. And I will just hold it out here and take it for questions if somebody has it out there. So you can unmute and ask any questions if you have. We have a couple of minutes for that before we start the pitching. Okay, so seems like nobody has the question right now. And Akshay, you can start the pitching then.
Yes, sir. Now we are going to start the startups pitching to investors. And here are a few ground rules for the same. Each team would be given 10 minutes for pitching and an additional 10 minutes for the Q&A by the investors. I will give a gentle reminder when 3 minutes are left, and at completion of 10 minutes, I will mute the participants and the investors can start their Q&A. All the investors will give their evaluation in the Google form shared in the chat box and in the WhatsApp group as well. The buffer time for changeover is about 5 minutes between two pitches. Yeah. To start off, I request Infection Labs Private Limited to start with their pitch. Thank you.
Wish you all the best, all the founders.
Thank you so much. Can I share my screen?
Yes, please go ahead. And before you start, just want to give a heads up again. These all pitches are going to be recording. We are recording that. We will be editing that and we'll be sharing it with all the 50 plus venture capitalists and angel firms who have agreed to evaluate these for 30 startups. Once we take the complete evaluation from them, we will reach out to each of you for their one-on-one discussions or one-to-many discussions with the investors, depending on their interest. And we will take this discussion forward from there. So give your best shot out here. Don't worry about whether they are available right now here or not. We are there. We have got certain questions from them. We will also raise few questions from our side so that it can become a more holistic pitch out there. Wish you all the best again.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. First of all, I would like to thank everybody at Aakriti, Bringle, Enlighten VC, as well as Startup Pitcher, most importantly, for this wonderful opportunity that you've given us to pitch. My name is Havish. I am the founder of Infection Labs Private Limited, a robotic startup based out of Bangalore, India. And without further ado, let me jump straight into my presentation. Climate change, it's real, and it's happening really, really fast. It is critical that we find a suitable source of renewable clean energy very soon. Solar energy is the front runner of such renewable clean energy. It is big, it is getting bigger. However, it has one adoption barrier, maintenance. Solar market is growing, but pretty soon it is going to hit a point of inflection. Let me tell you a short story why that might happen. About 5 to 8 years ago, the solar boom became really big in India, especially in Karnataka, where we are based out of. Every EPC vendor and solar contractor were on a hunt for a suitable site for a solar power plant. And it so happened that one of my uncles had a 2-acre warehouse, a perfect site for a rooftop plant. He was approached by a contractor with a sweet deal that said, invest 7.5 crore rupees today and earn over 2 crore rupees every year for the next 25 years, because power purchase agreements are signed for 25 years with discoms.
Impressed, my uncle said yes. However, the contractor conveniently forgot to mention the maintenance my uncle needs to do in order to generate that revenue. So, unsurprisingly, within the next couple of months, his revenue fell because dust on the solar panels reduces generation by almost 40%. Worried, my uncle, like any other solar plant owner, hired a manual cleaning contractor to do the job. And one day, he went by his plant to witness this. Say hi to Spider-Man from India. Jokes apart, that poor chap is about 50 feet above ground level, almost 50 to 60 feet above ground level, has no safety nor the training to be up there doing what he's doing. And this is essentially the state of solar panel cleaning. In India, essentially around the world, it is labor intensive, expensive, and extremely dangerous to the laborers. Cutting back to the story, my uncle picked up his phone, called me, and said, "Hey, you guys are a bunch of engineers, do something about this." I got my team together, and a couple of days of brainstorming later, voila, we had stumbled upon our $1 billion product idea. Like any other labor-intensive problem, the solution was obviously automation. And we spent the next 6 years, almost 6.5 now, working on Spark. Spark is an autonomous robotic cleaner that can go about the solar plant. It can climb inclined surfaces, navigate panel gaps, negotiate undulations, and clean the solar panels of an array with almost zero human intervention. And that's the product video. This is the product shot. Let me warn you right now that the market is unbelievably huge. It is so huge that we have spent almost 3 months validating this number. One Thomson Reuters report puts solar maintenance at $1 trillion by the end of next decade. However, right now, the numbers are still staggering. The global spending on solar maintenance is about 2.5 lakh crore rupees. India and Asia Pacific spend about 40,000 crores, and India alone spends over 1,500 crores on panel washing. And kindly note, this is at A, per 1 cent per panel per wash, and B, India has a target of growing its solar market by almost 5 times. So yes, now is the right time to be in this market. Of course, there are a lot of solutions out there. There are some European ones that are quite effective but are extremely expensive. And there are others that are not so expensive but not reliable at all. Spark is as effective as its European counterparts, but return on investments 3 times quicker with 3 times lower value. How is that possible? Simple. The mission of Spark is to completely automate all aspects of operations and maintenance of a solar power plant. To begin with, it is to automate cleaning. Spark uses a combination of autonomous machines to do this job. For example, if an autonomous cleaner is cleaning the panels of an array autonomously, another machine, the autonomous transporter, transports the cleaner from one panel array to another, thereby optimizing the price, cost, and the process altogether. We have completed the development and testing and also deployment of the autonomous cleaner, and we are working on the transporter right now. We offer Spark as 2 business models. Right now, we are selling it as a product for initial traction. However, in the next 3 years, we are going to migrate the current clients and the new clients into hardware as a business hardware as a service or a robot as a service model, wherein we offer O&M as an end-to-end service to our clients. We have had a long journey. We started our company back in 2014. We have spent almost 7 years working on the product. We commercialized Spark in early 2020. The pandemic hit us and we had a setback of 18 months, but we bounced back really strong. And we are having a great time since the end of 2021, mid 2021. We have done about 8 pilots so far, and we have many more clients in the pipeline and many, many more that we are talking to. These are our current clients, and these are the clients in the pipeline. And this is us. I am Havish. The CTO is Gurudeep. Gurudeep was Philips for almost 5 years before we started Infection Labs. Manjunath works with Intel. He's a technology advisor. Spark was essentially his idea. Deepak handles the legal matters of the business. We have been accelerated twice, once through Brink Hong Kong in 2019 spring, and once more through MAL in 2021 spring. Via Brink, we could close an investment, a pre-seed investment from Artisan, an Australian-based VC. Also, MAL invested a small seed money in 2021 September. We have won a ton of prizes. The most latest or the pre-latest being, we were the winners of Eureka, IIT Bombay Championship. And as a result of which we were taken to the Dubai Expo, and we had a great opportunity to present and showcase our solution on the innovation bus at the India Pavilion at the Dubai Expo 2020. And right now I am in Delhi. So Electronics and Semiconductor Export Council of India, along with STPI, the Software Technological Parts of India, held a long-drawn process of what is called as the National Conclave. They shortlisted about 33 startups under a banner called Mission to USA, the Next Unicorn. We are one of the winners, and we are supposed to, or we are scheduled to go to the USA, San Jose, to a program in early March. That is next week. I'm here for my visa. We are looking to raise money. We're looking to open investments sometime in July. Most of it is going to go into sales and marketing. Of course, there's a lot of R&D and certifications and patenting that we need to do, and a little bit of product development. Our target is to have completed $1 million in revenue by the end of the year 2023. That's it from me. This is my uncle, by the way, and this is my first client. They both know that the plant is taken care of for the next 25 years. And our mission is to deliver every stakeholder in the solar industry to that state of completion and contentment. Thank you so much for your gracious listening. The floor is open for questions and answers.
So anybody has questions, please raise that.
I have a query.
Sure, ma'am. Go ahead.
I am a solar panel user myself.
Wow.
My home is on the grid, but yes, solar. My cleaning is on a weekly basis. I am based in Central Gujarat, which is a very dusty place. So I need to clean it on a weekly basis. Water, jet, and that water is reused in the garden.
Wow.
As of now, it has been a very clean solution. Last year I had a problem with construction in the neighborhood. I had a problem of cement spots on the panel. And that cleaning took a lot of effort and time. But I did get a solution to that as well today. But yes, when it comes to large solar farms, that cleaning has to be taken up on a very large scale. And a tool is needed. You can't use that kind of water or solutions, chemical solutions to that.
So the question is, I think probably what Sharmila is trying to ask is that do you have this solution only for B2B or do we have a solution for B2C as well?
For individuals.
Got it. I got it. So right now, Beachhead is B2B because the market is huge. And India B2C market, we are not really targeting. But however, we are working with a couple of vendors in the US. So there are these neighborhood contractors that clean rooftops, they clear snow, and they do all kinds of maintenance. They clean swimming pools and so on. So we are working on building a smaller bot for residential projects, which we can lease out to these contractors. So they have given us a problem statement of clearing snow. Now that's another feature that we need to add into our machine, wherein the machine can also clear snow from the solar panels. So that we are working in parallel. Yes.
No, I am looking at leasing out to societies, to having within an area, you lease out one block which can clean on a regular basis.
Yes, we are quite open to that.
Oh, so great. I think one more thing I want to understand, Havish, from you. Is there any other application you're looking at, or is it only the solar power industry which you're targeting?
That's a nice thing that you bring about. I didn't want to pitch it because we're still in the process of patenting it. So cleaning solar panels is just the tip of the iceberg. We are working with the Indian Railways and the Indian Railway Innovation Hub to build a machine to clean the tracks. So we are an amazing people, 1.5 billion people, and we still don't know how to keep our railway tracks clean. So we're working with the railways to build a machine that runs on the tracks and clean the tracks, and thereby, there's a big. We have been doing this for almost 8-9 months now. But this budget, there was this big slam on manual scavenging. So there's not going to be manual scavenging anymore.
Not only
And that's
that,
one more area that we're looking at.
not only that, I think the large buildings, the IT buildings, all has glass windows and panels and all that. It's a big, huge industry right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
So I
an
think
interesting
so
that's
there
an
are various
interesting place.
applications.
Yeah, but it's a different beast altogether. We actually started
I understand.
we try to test it on a building facade. So 90-degree is a different beast altogether and requires a different level of
Okay.
engineering.
So I think Samanti had a question. Before she asked the question, I just
Sure.
want to check with you. What is the amount of fund you are looking at? You said you will start your fund round in July. So what is the amount you're looking
Yeah.
at, and what will be the equity valuation you're expecting?
So what happened was our ticket size was at around $4 million seed. But since we are going to the US, my fund managers and my current mentors told me, hey, you got to raise your, you can raise $2 to $4 million right here in India. So when you're going to the US, change your ticket size. Let us look at pre-money valuation in a different fashion. And we can line up some investors, get some soft commitments, and leverage that to get more purchase orders and projects and so on. So we are still assessing that. But pre that discussion, the ticket size was at around $4 million. But I think they are pushing me to put it at $20 million. I'm like, no, that's like overselling it. That's unrealistic. I'm trying to pulling it within 10 million. So it will be around probably 8 to 9 million max. Top of 10 million.
So we'll definitely connect with you on that. I think you have still not applied for the patent for this, right?
It's in the process. I think we'll have a provisional patent by the end of this month. No, this is March, right? Yeah, by the end of March, we're going to have a provisional patent. And we are patenting not just the machine, but what ecosystem we are trying to build along the autonomous bots, so that it will be a wider patent. As I said, cleaning of solar panels in a solar plant is just the tip of the iceberg. There are so many more O&M activities that needs to happen in the plant, and we kind of have the first-hand knowledge on it because we are the feet on the ground people, and we have been going and doing pilots, building machines at solar plant for the past 8 years. So we kind of know how the whole thing works.
Okay.
So yes.
Perfect. I think we are running short of time. So Samanti, would you like to ask the question?
Yeah, hi. I had a question for Infection Lab. So basically, few days earlier, we saw a similar business model called Solinus, if you remember on Shark Tank, right? So your genre is becoming popular day by day. The cleaning, getting rid of the sewage cleaners, everything, which is a very good morally. My question will be to you is that do you have B2G marketing strategies? Do you have B2G clients in your pipeline? Because from your business model, I think that would be a great marketplace for you, as well as you will be able to help the country out.
Yeah. So basically, how it works in the government is government does not really own a lot of solar plants. They have given it out to contractors, and contractors build the plants and they give out to other contractors who maintain the plant. So my client, ultimately, my client is the government, but my direct client is not usually the government. They are subcontractors. Let it be, it may be army, it may be the navy. It is usually we are working along with some contractors usually, and it's not directly the department. It's seldom directly the department with startups. So maybe when we grow really big, we'll be direct government contractors. But I think that's not how it works right now. At least in Karnataka, that's not how it works. So yes, in solar, all the plants have been the government bids the plants, and the contractors and big solar companies, they participate in the bid, take the contract, produce power, and sell it to the government. That's how it works. The government doesn't really own the plants, barring from a couple of defense organizations like BEL, BEML, and some organizations like NTPC or MNRE and stuff like that. Even they have support.
You're based out of Bangalore, Havish?
Yes, we do everything in Bangalore. Okay.
Right now you're in Delhi, you said.
Yeah, I am here for my visa interviews, which is scheduled. I had my fingerprint yesterday. I have an interview on.
Okay, so when you are back in Bangalore, let's catch up. Okay.
Definitely, sure.
Okay, so Akshay, do we have time, and do we have any other question coming up? No, I don't think so. There is a question. Akshay, you can move ahead with the second pitch now.
Yeah, we had one more
Thank you
minute
so
to
much,
spare,
Havish.
but thank you so much, Mr. Havish. Now I request Organic Private Limited to start with their pitch.
Thank you all. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you everyone. I'll share my screen. Can you guys confirm you're able to see my screen?
Yes.
Kapil.
Awesome. So thank you, Anshav. Thank you, team, for hosting us. I'm Kapil, and I'm one of the founders of Organic Private Limited. And today we are going to talk about our product Unify, right? Unify is an employee platform, and I was listening to the pitch in the morning, and we have this hobby tribe where we are talking about engagement and well-being and stuff like that. So we are talking about, again, an employee engagement and well-being platform, but from a very, very different perspective, where we are talking about meaningful engagement and meaningful well-being that that matters, right? So a little bit about the founding team. Richa is the CEO and I'm the CTO. So she's on the business side, I'm on the tech side. Together, kind of a combo. We started ourselves, when we were validating the idea. We took this concept from Mr. Vineet Nair, who ran HCL, to a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, and we took this concept, employee first. And we went back when we built our first, what you call as MVP. We went to him and we showed him. He showed a lot of interest. He gave us a lot of, updates and, things which actually changed our game as well, right? So what we are going to talk about is we are a DPIT certified. I'm just moving a little bit. So talking about the problem. Many people talk about that employee engagement is the problem, but the truth is that employee disengagement is the problem, right? Anshav, I think you were covering earlier in the session today that understand the need of the customer. You solve the problem by understanding what the problem is. The problem is the disengagement is happening because the attrition is very high and the productivity is very low, right? People are leaving and it causes two things: low productivity and a high attrition rate, right? And if we look at, there are a lot of statistics, but the biggest statistics, the factor to worry about is that the 40% people are switching jobs, right? And we, as an organization, we all are founder or have been a founder at point of time. The churn causes us lose a lot of money, right? So we are here to save the leaders a lot of money as well, right? So when we talk about just 2022 statistics, if you look at July in 2022, 5.9 million separations happened. The cost of replacing one full-time employee is a 2x, right? So if you just pick up an intern, I'm just talking about an intern, forget about your architect, forget about your leaders, just an intern, 3 lakh, 4 lakh, 5 lakhs kind of a package that you offer to an intern, annual package, you are spending 2x to replace an intern or replace a junior employee. Forget about senior employees as well, right? So a lot of things, but what is happening is attrition and disengagement that is burning down this. So what we did is we spoke to a lot of leaders around the world. And if you guys look at the right side of this, the leaders are looking for a company culture which is very, very consistent. They want their recognition index to be very high. They want their employees to be very innovative, highly productive. They want them to stay, right? And they want their brands to be positive. Now, for everything, they want to track and measure, right? There are many companies or many platforms that exist that solve a little bit of or some of these things, but they fail at track and measure. This is what we heard from leaders from different companies. Now, when we talk about employees, we talk about recognition, feedback, visibility, growth, wellness, fun, celebration, and everything at all, right? So what we thought is that can we combine all these needs, right, for the leaders and the employees and build a platform that serve everyone. So we came up with a concept called Unify. Now, one of the challenges I think you guys have already noticed that even while we are in the session, most of us keep checking our phones, right? So if you want to engage an employee, even in the work hour or outside the work hour, you need to have a mobile app. Look at Unify as the world's first mobile-based platform which is serving employee engagement, internal communications, employee wellness, and we are giving away analytics. Now, looking at our competitions, everybody is on web. The moment your work is done, your work hours are over, you shut down your laptop and you're away from the company. The disengagement happen at that time where your solutions, existing solutions, are not solving the problem. And that's why we come in here and we solve the problem, because we stay with the employees no matter where they are. Most of the time they will carry their phone wherever they go. What is the impact we have been able to track? The adoption, which is the biggest impact, we have been able to take adoption from a highly recognized platform from 30 to 40% to 70 to 90%. That's our range of adoption that we have been able to see so far in last 1 year. We built employee at the core, right? It is not an HR tech platform, it is an employee platform, and that's why our adoption is very, very high. It's a native mobile platform that works for your remote, hybrid, or in-office employee. We are not talking about once a month or once a quarter engagement. We are talking about daily engagement, right? Now, what we do is we have a unique model that Mr. Vineet Nair helped us build it. We call it as a reminder motivation model, RMM. And what we keep doing is that we keep reminding people and motivating them, because everybody, if you pick up an intern, you pick up an entrepreneur, you pick up a leader in the company, everybody has their plate full of work. They are busy, they forget things, right? Simple things like drinking water, walking, completing your daily steps goal, recognizing a fellow colleague. You need reminders. And what we do is we send out these push notifications like Swiggy or Zomato does, that, hey, it's raining outside, hey, chai and samosa, it's time for chai and samosa. That's what we are trying to do, but in the workplace. And we have intelligence built in. I'll show you, in fact, how this works. Now, looking at the data that we have been generated, now this is just 2023 data. We just started 2023, 51 days. More than 1,000 recognitions have been exchanged, 500 feedbacks, 166 million steps have been captured by our app, 1K coffee sessions. Now, these are random coffee sessions, 100 plus ideas shared, and people are creating their goals. Now, the biggest part is that we have come up with something which we call as a corporate wellness index, which every organization leader would be interested in, that how their people are feeling. There are many tools which have tried in past and have failed, but we have come up with a way where leaders are actually getting data, that talks about their corporate wellness index, right? So we are talking about, we are not just talking about a concept, we are talking about that, hey, implement the concept, let people use it, and you get the data. Now, what we are doing is we are enabling leaders to take data-driven decisions. Moving next, about the market, it's a big market of engagement and well-being together. But if you look at this $74 billion market, this is 2023 prediction, 2030, this is going to be a $10 trillion market as well. In this, 62% is recognition market and 20% is a well-being market, but the corporate well-being takes a backseat always. So that is why we are getting a hit. We have three actors: the employee, the HR, and the leader. The employee is the user, HR is the buyer, and the leader is interested in analytics. Well, we look at competitive analysis. So in India, we have a couple of competitors. Why I'm presenting you an Indian view is that because we are an Indian company, and when we look at our counterparts, the technologies that they're using, we are offering more in less, right? And if you look at the bottom of it, our employee usage is daily, right? We are not talking about perks and gifts and stuff like that. We are talking about happiness. Anshav, I think you were mentioning about some smiles, $1 billion smiles. We are talking about the daily smile for every employee that we are touching base, right? So that's our vision. Moving next, we have been able to we started in 2022 January. We launched, we did a beta. We were able, with our beta product, we are able to generate 24 lakhs worth of revenue. We have 16 clients. We are serving 8 industry verticals. Some of our logos are there. What we are going to do is that we have a very strong pipeline, actually, right? Last 3, 4, 5 months have been very, very strong. In the next 6 months, we are going to close almost around 2 CR. If you look at in next 2-3 weeks, we have a good closure. So almost around 50 lakhs we are going to close with DNEG and Tata Steel Long. They are going to do a pilot. DNEG we are already doing, and GeoJet and VDOL have already signed up with us as well, right? So almost 80-90 lakhs in next 2-3 weeks, and then rest of the year we are going to touch another 2 CR as well. So that's our sales pipeline. Looking at our GTM, now we are a global, we are targeting global market at this point of time, we are targeting the white collared employees. Our sales strategy have been, we changed our strategy last year in July. Now we are serving direct sales. We are also having a channel partners, and we are also going with partnerships. So if you look at some of the partnership options, Cognizant has reached out to us because they have a big HR tech vertical and they want us to partner with them and take this unified customized offering, right, by going a little bit of customization and take it to all the customers that they are serving on the HR tech vertical. Similarly, we have Extra Mile, who are similar to Hobby Tribe, which we looked at in the morning, but they are happy to partner with us on a revenue sharing basis, and we want to integrate the platform. And similarly, FactSuit, which is a background verification platform, they also operate in HR tech, and they want to cross sell our offerings to their channel as well on a little bit of revenue sharing as well. Our revenue strategy, how do we sell? We have a
I'm so sorry I have to do that. We're working on a really strict time schedule here, and your 10 allotted time is
just
over.
a request. Just a request. I think we can give another 2 minutes to Kapil to complete his pitch. We can take it up from the Q&A session.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Kapil,
Thank you.
go.
Thank you, Anshav. So I was talking about the revenue strategy that, we have per employee subscription for small and mid-sized. We also have platform license for the large enterprises, and we also do white labeling, because when we are talking about partnership with Cognizant, we are going to talk about a big white labeling offerings as well. So basically unifies the base that they are taking, and they want to do that. So a little bit of our revenue projections, what we have in mind is that we're gonna touch base 4 CR around in the 2023-4 fiscal, and then 12, 25 and 50 CR. That's what we are targeting. A lot of things will change because of these partnerships, if they happen and how they happen and how they take shape. A lot of these revenues will go up actually, and might be a multiple as well. So time will tell how these things shape up as well. And what do we need to do is the last slide. I'll not even take more than 30 seconds. So we are trying to raise 3 CR as a pre-seed at 10% equity. It's going to give us a 12 to 15 months of runway. We want to plan to raise next. We already got a soft commitment. We are talking to a couple of angels and VCs. So we got a soft commitment of 75 lakhs already. How do we want to bifurcate our 3 CR? One is a product dev, because white labeling, we are thinking about structuring our white labeling thing. So we need to spend a little bit on our product dev. 30% will go on our sales and marketing, because now we are talking about global market. So we need to really focus on how do we pitch our product to different geographies. Definitely, because this app requires a lot of support and scaling. So we need 10% on that, 10% on operations, and we want to reserve our 20% as working capital. So that's what we are. I'll open up the channel for any questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kapil. Before I ask my questions, I would like to ask if somebody else has questions, and please feel free to ask your questions. Amit, do you want, especially from a corporate perspective, do you have any questions with respect to employee engagement and those aspects?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking on those lines. So, Kapilji, I mean, definitely this sounds like an interesting product, and it's like a mix-up of 2-3 different apps that we already have. Let us say a Healthify Me and some eating related apps and a lot of apps.
Correct.
So, which is an interesting combination. The only thought I've been thinking, like while hearing to you, was like on one end, in the corporate world, we are trying to, how should the employees stop using the apps while they are working? But you are kind of going to promote use of more mobile phones while they are working. So that's just one, aspect that I just want to understand.
Correct. So what we are trying to do, Amit, is it's a very good question, and it's a very smart question. So thank you for listening to me gracefully. What I'll do is I'll tell you one thing which we discovered. Actually, one of our clients told us, right? So they told us, it's one of our CEO who is speaking to us, and they said that our employee mobile time during cafeteria, during walk, or during breaks, or even in the restrooms, right? Many people go and take their mobile phone and do Instagram. Now it has changed from an Instagram or a WhatsApp to Unify, right? So what they are saying is that they are able to see 10 to 15% of that shift in just 6 months. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to replace WhatsApp or Facebook or Instagram, because they are entertainment and I'm not serving entertainment. Everybody needs those kind of needs we are having. But I think from my client's satisfaction perspective, right? Do I have when we talk about our customer satisfaction score, I think that in terms, it's a very positive feedback for me, because they are seeing a positive change. They're seeing their employees, recognizing people more, right? We send out a message on 21st of February when we completed 51 days into 1,000 recognitions were exchanged on our platform in just 51 days, right? So that's talk in general about it, because we have set up a target that we should at least target 5,000. 1,000 just in 51 days. We have more than 300 days left in the year as well. So that's what the usage is all about. Remember, in one of the slides I said we have kept employee at the core, and we keep reminding people, because Amit, what happens is you are now in a session, right? But you will forget to drink water, maybe tea, because of the nuances of the session. Sometimes these meetings, office meetings, go on lengthy. We keep reminding people that simple things like drinking water or just pause and breathe, right? So people are feeling happy about those things, and that's why our usage, our adoption is really, really very high.
Good, interesting. So okay, I mean, maybe others will also ask. So just a thought, like, how are you planning to market it, take it to the market, and how are you promoting it in terms of on the social media with content? Maybe you'll take it up later, or if Anshav has some other questions, I just park it.
Yeah, so I think, Kapil, what I want to understand is that, how are the corporates changing? See, my corporate world has, I've left corporate world actually in 2020. So it's been almost 3 years now that I've been out of the corporate ecosystem. But I can see a lot of issues or aspects with respect to moonlighting is coming up, people getting bored. A lot of people are now shifting from corporate to the startup ecosystem as well.
Correct.
How do you think that it will help the corporates from the perspective of from the perspective of retention and making employees more feeling better about the that startup culture, or that understanding about the policies and the the employee culture and the corporate culture kind of models within using Unify? How can we leverage Unify from that perspective?
Okay, awesome. And I think I'll touch base the moonlighting part first, Anshav. So what happens is that if you look at very big corporates, I think because you have a lot of experience, everybody has got an intranet portal inside where, there are a lot of stuff and news, but nobody accesses it, right? Abhi aapko kabhi, you want to read a policy or something else, you go to that portal once in a while. Now, those portals, HR teams, what they keep doing is they keep adding, features like recognition. You can do that, badges, awards, ceremony, pictures, but nobody accesses that, right? So we are trying to solve that problem. Now, coming to moonlighting, people leave job for money, right? Moonlighting, many of them doing, but money was not the only reason. If you look at why they were moonlighting, is because now I'm a remote employee. 9 to 6, I'm working with Anshav, but 6 o'clock, after 6 o'clock, I've got 3 or 4 hours. If I can spend 2 hours extra and I can get 10,000 more, I mean, I'm not minding it at all, because in 6 months working like this, I can get an iPhone as well, right? So what happens is, why do you start thinking about a new job and extra 10,000? Why do you not think about developing a new solution or doing an innovation for your existing company? That's the mindset we are trying to change through Unify. So we give them an option where, you have an idea, you want to touch base with your leadership, you want to go and have a coffee session with your leader, talk about how you can add more value to your company. This is about that culture of, getting into the company and feeling like no matter I'm working in HCL or in startup, right? I want to get that feeling that I run startup, right? Kapil is a junior engineer in HCL, but I have that kind of a work and the impact. So Unify is trying to do that. Now, Will it do it from day one? Definitely not. It's going to take time. If I talk about my average, company size that I'm serving right now, 400, 500, 600 people, it generally takes 30 to 45 days to people start realizing that this is something for me. I should go and recognize people. My leaders are sending me recognitions. I can go and ask feedback from people. I can go and have a chat with Anshav. Otherwise, I will never see Anshav because he's very, very busy. But now through Unify, I can book a coffee session with Anshav, right? So what we are trying to do is we are trying to bring people together. We are trying to build that cohesivity which is lacking in the big organizations or mid-sized organizations. We are trying to make people, no matter where you are in the market and you see a leader getting a posting something on a mobile, that you receive it as a push notification instead of like you are checking Swiggy and somebody suddenly Unify pings you that Anshav has posted that, hey, it was a great session team today, kudos everyone, rest, we are gonna meet tomorrow again, right? It's a simple message. You can do it wherever you are, but you are not, after the 10 hours of work, 11 hours of work, you're not going to open laptop and write a mail every day, Anshav, right? So making things easier, bringing the employees together with the leadership, that's what Unify, that is why the name Unify, right? We are unifying everybody together on that platform. Now you cannot do this with just engagement. We need to serve well-being. We need to serve a little bit of internal communications. We need to serve a little bit of recognition, rewards. So we are following a buffet model, which Mr. Nair told us, that don't build menus in the app, serve everything like a buffet plate. Just a शादी की plate में dessert and roti and chawal and everything is there, so we can go and have everything there as well.
So Kapil, is Mr. Nair part of Unify?
No, he said no, but because he said, I will validate your product, I will help you from outside, but he's not looking to invest anything. We approached him. We wanted to make him
an advisor with you.
No. He said, I'm just an unofficial mentor and validator. So we use the word idea guru for him because it is his idea. We just took him back. He validated our idea. He comes once a year with us. He reviews every big milestone with us and he walks out. That's it.
Okay, fine. So what is that you are going to do as a transformational change in the next 6 months to, let's say, next 2 years time?
So Anshav, we have learned as a startup that Unify as a concept today is sellable. That's one thing we have discovered. Now, how do we go and exponentially sell it, right? Because see, startups are also about money. You cannot survive without money. So one of the quick things we have learned, and this we should have implemented a year back, is that if there are a lot of startups which have piece and meal kind of a concept where they have small things already built inside there, they don't need Unify, 100% Unify. So what we are working on is that we are working on, if Anshav comes in, that Kapil, I need Unify, only the wellness part of Unify, can you give it to me? And Amit comes tomorrow and says, hey, I just need rewards and recognition, can you give it to me? So we are going to build that, and this is going, because everybody is coming back to us, Anshav, and asking that I want to use your wellness, but I already have a recognition built in because I'm using somebody else and stuff like that as well, right? So corporate wellness is something what we are thinking is that we'll build it in a piece. You want everything, you take everything. You want wellness, we'll just switch off everything else. You want just comms, Canon is approaching us that they just want to use our mobile comms, right? They want to use, instead of Slack or Teams, they want to use our mobile comms. They want to use it like a, stuff like that.
If you want to develop an entrepreneurship culture or a startup culture within an organization, there are a lot of intranet portals people have, ideation labs and things like that, which is run by the quality teams generally. But that might be happening in many of the big organizations, but not every organization will have, or maybe a medium size or small size may not even look at that.
Correct.
So how do you see bringing that innovation point of view, ideation, and integrating that into Unify? Have you thought about that?
It is already there. So we have a module called Idea where people can share idea, people can collaborate on those ideas, even leaders can review this idea. You can have a voting on these ideas. What is about, see, and Anshav share our idea, but Kapil and Nabil also upvoted, right? Product Hunt, we all know we can upvote. Similarly, people can upvote on an idea, and then anonymous reviews can come on your ideas. People can join you to execute. So a lot of things we are thinking there as well.
So it will have rewards and recognitions and all those.
Definitely. So rewards, recognition, feedback. If we have 1 more minute, or 30 seconds, can I share my screen and show you the platform if you guys are interested?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay.
But just 1 minute, we'll move.
Yeah, I'll just take 30 seconds. Let me know you are able to see my screen.
Yeah.
So what I'm doing is I'm just casting my phone, and like I said, Mr. Nair told us that don't build any menu. So we are serving it as a buffet. We have recognition, which we call is as karma points. You can actually go there and redeem the points as well. You have a company wall for celebrations. Anybody celebrating birthday, work anniversary, automatic, everything is automated. So we are bringing down the workload of the HR teams as well. You can go and read anyone's getting recognition. It's a public recognition, so you can go and read it as well, like it as well. We have fitness where you can track your steps. We have leaderboard where you want to do walkathon inside the company. Don't need different apps for everything. Everything is one. We have mental wellness experiences where you can track your moods. You can watch some videos, listen to some sleep stories. Now in India, sleep stories is not a fashion, but in US and European market, people adopt that. Water tracking, breathing, and you want to get help, you can do that. So that's there. Then kudos is for rewards, recognition, feedback, goal, idea I was talking about. So you can go to idea dashboard, and basically you can literally read anything and everything that is there. Read an idea, like an idea, whatever you want to do, that it's there. You can do polls, surveys, so everything is there. The best part, Anshav, how we differentiate is that we send out, like Swiggy, like Zomato, we send out push notifications. And what we do is we remind people that no matter where you are, your wellness is important. So it does not look like, I think, answering to Amit's questions, does not look like a work app. It looks like an app for you, an app for an employee. That's why our adoption is high. That's why it's not a work app.
So very interesting one. Kapil, I think we have a question from Kavi Shahani, and the question is it only within the organization?
Well, this is something, yes, this is one of our, if we are able to successfully raise funds, we are also going to look at how can we, I don't have an answer right now, yes or no, but we are definitely, a lot of people have asked us that, can you make it a B2C? And I'm going to look at it. At least wellness is a quick one for us. So wellness, if we are able to distinguish, we can make it into a B2C as well. So a lot of revenue earning modes there.
Let's talk on that, Kapil. I think there are a lot of possibilities which it can happen, because it's a good concept.
One more question. Answer one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
She has asked one more question.
Okay, so Kavi has mentioned that, does it read employee sentiment based on all the data?
Yes.
It's a very interesting question.
Yes. And in fact, what we do is, like I was showing you this notification. So we ask employee to record what's going on in your mind. And the important part is, why will an employee give you data? Because mere dimag mein main kaisa feel kar raha hu, why should I tell? If Anshav, you are my boss, why will I tell you, right? I mean, you might manipulate me on basis of that. So we tell people that your sentiments are your private data. You can go and have your own self retrospection. You can record that. But what we do is, when we go to our, let me actually also show you that how we present it to the leadership. So we give them something called a corporate wellness index. We don't share what Anshav is feeling or what Kapil is feeling, but what we tell is that how your employees have been feeling, how many are happy, how many are excited. You can go and check by location how my Mumbai team is doing or how my HR department is doing. But maintaining the privacy of an employee sentiment. I don't want to point out to one person, but I want to look at as a leader, that is my company feeling positive or negative.
Perfect. Kapil, I think it's a wonderful one. Let's connect offline on this. And anyways, we'll reach out to you for any kind of investment and other kind of deployment support, because this is one of the major aspects which we are focusing from an happiness index point of view. And in our next volume of the book, volume 2, Mission Net Zero, happiness index is going to be very important parameter for us. So we'll see how we can leverage this, and we would like you to kind of write as an article also for volume 2. So Sharmila and Aishwarya, if you can reach out to Kapil for the volume 2, that would be great.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be honored, Anshav.
Great.
I'll reach out.
We'll be in touch. Definitely.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, great work. And let's move. Let's move to the next one, please.
Yes, I now request Rapid Easy Training to start with their pitch.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you confirm if you can hear me and see me?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes.
Excellent. So first of all, thank you for having me. My name is Sandeep Lab, and I'm the CEO and founder for Rapid Easy Training Systems. So Rapid Easy is India's first complete managed training as a service, and we specialize more towards the small and the mid-sized companies. Now, the problem that we're solving is we know that there are massive skill gaps in the organizations. And our research, which is also corroborated a lot by some of the public research, is that less than 6% of employees really go through some kind of a professional and ongoing training and development. And the problem is much worse when it comes to the smaller companies. And so, yes, there are a lot of technology solutions right now, but this current set of solutions doesn't really work for the smaller companies. And what we have seen, we talk a lot to companies in the space of 500 to 1,000 employees and also 1,000 to 5,000 employees. And one of the things we found out is that the penetration of learning management systems is extremely low. And there's a variety of reasons for that, but the two big reasons is because these are the systems which needs in-house IT teams, in-house resources, licenses, and all of that. But I think the biggest problem in India right now is that in India, unfortunately, there's no major workplace skills content platform. And pretty much all the skills content platform pretty much comes from the Western world. So sure, there's the Udemy's and there's LinkedIn's and there's Coursera's and all of that. But pretty much all of these platforms are American platforms. And what the smaller companies tell us is, we have not seen any small company really using these kind of platforms because the content is very American, very, the English, the language, the content, the context, it's all very Americanized. And the biggest problem is the pricing. The pricing definitely does not work. Those platforms, most of the small and mid-sized companies cannot afford these global platforms. Those US dollar pricing converted into Indian rupees, it just doesn't work. So we know that the current set of solutions really does not work. So now this is where we came in. And we said we are going to create India's first end-to-end integrated learning platform, which is specially suitable for the small and mid-sized companies. So think of it as this becomes a mid-sized company's own internal L&D platform. And everything that they're looking for in terms of what a world-class L&D setup is, they get on this integrated platform. So there's essentially two key components to this. So one is it's a learning management system, but unlike the big enterprise complex learning management systems, this is really simple. We manage it for them. They don't need any hardware, software, licenses, no nothing. It's a flat subscription price, and it just works off the browser. But the biggest advantage of using our learning management system is that we have built India's biggest content learning, workplace skills content platform. So we've built over 2,000 courses. So pretty much almost anything that you want in the generic and the functional skill spaces, we built it because we built it working with HR heads, training heads based on what they actually deliver. And our content is really different from anything else on the global platform because we're trying to make it bilingual. So of course we have it in English, the default is in English, but we're also converting it to English, Hindi, bilingual. Over time, we also want to convert it into a lot of vernacular languages. We want to create a lot of, India specific cases, scenarios, situations, and so on. And it operates as one integrated unit. So our clients, they pay us a subscription fee. So for a really low monthly or a yearly subscription, they're able to use this platform. Now, companies can use either of the components. If they want to use only our LMS or only our library, that's fine. But almost all of our clients go for an integrated system because that really makes it super powerful for them. So right now, we have two products and two brands. So Rapid Easy is our generic brand. So this is industry agnostic. We tend to focus more on the size of the company rather than the industry of the company. So our core sector is really companies between 500 to 1,000 employees. And also our secondary sector is company between 1,000 to 5,000 employees. We generally tend to avoid the two extremes, the enterprise side or the really small side. And our second product and the second brand is Hospitality Star. Now, this is a specialized product that we created for the hospitality industry. Now, the underlying platform is the same. The underlying generic library is the same. But what we've done is we've also created one additional library for technical and operational skills content. So that makes it very, very specialized for that particular industry. And the reason why we chose this particular industry, two reasons. Reason number one is I have some background in that industry. So a lot of content really came from that industry. But probably the single biggest reason is that, especially after COVID, I mean, I was reading a report in Economic Times, something like 4 million skilled people left the industry during COVID time, and those people are not coming back. And now that the demand is coming back, now the biggest problem with the industry is really not the demand, but really the service. And the industry is really grappling and struggling with how to deal with the skill shortage and the talent shortage, and there is no other solution which is going to upskill them at scale and speed that the industry really needs. And the second product, especially, it's going to be a global brand, because the industry really doesn't change from country to country. It's a global industry with a global kind of a skill set. So with the first brand, for now, we are focused more on the Indian small and mid-sized companies, and with the second brand will be focused globally. We believe it's a massive market out there, and the market that we are focusing on, that is a very underserved market. Unfortunately, pretty much all the enterprise solutions focus only on the enterprise side of the business. I mean, when we go and talk to the smaller companies, we are pretty much the first people to talk to them. No LMS company, no content company really has spoken to them, because they don't care about the segment. We are probably the only ones who really cares about this segment. So this is, so we are uniquely placed to execute this. So personally, this is actually my second crack at entrepreneurship. I lived in Singapore for about 10 years or so, and I had set up my first startup company in Singapore. I had set up an e-learning company. And I had to shut it down because the government regulations kind of made the business model unviable a little bit. But there's a lot of content that we generated from that company, which I've been able to bring over to the new company. So this is a space that I know extremely well. I have personally headed L&D operational excellence in multiple Fortune 500 companies, so I know how big global platforms work. I personally work with. We are in partnership with multiple global platforms, like, for example, we are a approved partner with Udemy, with Allison. So we pretty much know how this industry works. We pretty much know how these platforms work. We understand it from a technology standpoint, from a business standpoint, from an operational standpoint, from a client standpoint. This is an industry that we are very, very familiar intimately with. My co-founder, he's an expert when it comes to the technical and the operational side. He's been heading learning platforms and e-learning content development teams for over a decade now. So this is a great combination, because this allows me to focus more on the product development, more on the strategic side, more on the business development growth side, while he takes care of all the operational and the technical matters. So now, even though we've had a very short history, we've had great traction actually in the market. In fact, the one thing that we've been hearing from the market is pretty much, and the reason why we've had a great traction is because there is really no alternative product out there. So we set up the company in September, and we took a kind of a unique approach when we were developing our platforms and our products. We actually invited our target clients to come in and said, we'd like you to come inside our company and be part of the creation process. And we kind of created the platform, the pilot platform, along with the clients. And pretty much all the clients, I mean, they saw the value that we were doing, and pretty much all of them signed up. Even before we asked for money, and even before we commercially launched, they actually wanted to pay us money, and pretty much all of them signed commercial contracts. So we started generating revenue even before we planned to. And then while we were servicing our customers, we could see that we have to maybe redesign a few things, because otherwise it would have created, not immediately, but we could see that we would have some scalability issues maybe a few years down the road. And we said, let's not wait for a few years down the road. Let's not wait for those problems to occur. Let's go back. Let's fix it right now, so that when we hit the market, we're absolutely ready to scale up. There is absolutely no barriers to scaling up. So which is why we went back to the drawing board. We started to redevelop, especially on the scalability. I mean, it was essentially around how we had architectured our library, and the concept of public libraries and private libraries. So we pretty much re-architected our platform, and then we launched the second version of our platform. In fact, we launched it on 2nd January to be precise. And we have really been blitzing the market. We've really been going, all guns blazing into the market, because we believe we've got a great platform. And we've been getting fantastic response. In fact, my problem right now is that I can only do 4 or 5 calls in a day, and my calendar is pretty much blocked. And one of the reasons why I'm here, and why I like investors to partner with us, is because our bandwidth is not the product. Our problem is not the product, not the market. Our problem is I need salespeople, and if I can get 3 more people, I can pretty much triple our business development pipeline. So that's the reason why I would really like to invite some strategic partners. So currently we are a B2B platform. We are a B2B business. We make all our money from B2B. But going forward, we are also going to be launching multiple new revenue streams without any significant investment in our product or our content, because we believe that exactly the same.
I'm so sorry, sir. I had to interrupt you abruptly, but here we're sticking on to a strict time schedule, so I had to do that. I now open the mic to the investors for the Q&A session. Thank you.
Okay. So I am sorry I missed your name, Rapid Z team. Sandeep, right? Sandeep, you can unmute yourself now. And
oh, have I been talking on mute? No?
Okay. I
no,
think you haven't
sir.
heard Akshay.
Okay, I got muted. Okay.
There was
Were you
10
able to
minutes.
hear me?
Yes.
I got, okay, I got okay.
Before that, yes, but now when Akshay muted you, we were not. So let me just tell you, I think Sandeep, what I'm looking at is there's a good platform. I have a couple of questions from you. I think you could not cover what amount of funding you're looking at what equity dilution. So that is the first question which I would like to ask.
Sure.
And second thing which I would like to understand is what is the kind of differentiator with respect to content and technology, or the the way of learning is going to be there in Rapid Z comparative to other markets? Because the entry barrier is, what is the entry barrier which I'm looking at, and what is the future transformation which you are working on this one?
Sure. So maybe let me answer each of these questions. The first question was in terms of the funding and the valuation. So we are looking for a funding of 1 crore for a pre-money valuation of 25 crores. And we're going to utilize this funding almost exclusively, I mean, the vast majority, at least 70 to 80% into essentially business development, because our platforms are ready, our content is ready. We are fully there. From a product standpoint, we are there. Of course, we'll never stop investing in the product, but we largely need funding now to go all out into the market and start selling. So that's what we're looking for. Now, coming into, unless you have a follow-up question, coming to your second question. So, sorry, did you have something? Okay.
No, nothing on that.
Now, coming to the second question, in terms of how are we positioned vis-a-vis others, and what's kind of the entry barriers, and what's the kind of moats that we've created around ourselves. Now, I think our positioning is very unique. I mean, when it comes to the learning management systems, we understand it's a very competitive field out there. There's quite a lot of solutions out there. But when it comes to the content space, now that is where the field is very thin, and especially in India, there's no Indian platform. There's really no major skills content platform in India, because most of the platforms, as I said, really come from the Western world, the Udemy's, the LinkedIn's, and so on and so forth. So in India, we pretty much have no competition from an Indian platform standpoint. And what we have done is we have integrated our LMS with our content platform, with our library, and that makes us pretty unique. And our library, and we've added a few differentiations in our library. So, for example, our content from our library, it is customizable as compared to, let's say, if you go to a LinkedIn or a Udemy, none of that is customizable. Take it the way it is, and it's all American content. Ours is customizable. Although the default content is in English, but we are also converting it into English in the bilingual. And over time, we're going to also convert it into a lot of vernacular, because the kind of companies that we talk to, for example, the other day I was talking to the head of HR of a small finance company, and they were saying, our sales agents operate in the tier 3 semi-rural, rural areas of Gujarat, MP, Rajasthan, and so on and so forth. And some of them don't even speak Hindi, forget about English. So this is where we are the only company who are positioned. If a content needs to be done in English, Hindi, or English, Gujarati, or whatever it is, we can do that. And we are uniquely placed to do that because we develop our own content. And the third thing that we are doing is we're also introducing a lot of user-generated content. So we'll be building case studies, scenario situations where, people will be talking about their situations and how they use one of the concepts from our content to solve real world problems. So all of this combination, you will never be able to get it from any of the global platforms. So it is very uniquely positioned to serve the Indian market.
How about the experiential learning and more of an engagement-based, gamification-based models? Are you utilizing that, or is it just pre-learning courses, pre-recorded courses like what Udemy or Coursera runs?
Right. So we look at gamification from two standpoints. I mean, you can look at gamification from a content standpoint and also from a platform standpoint, and we are doing both. So we are doing gamification at the platform standpoint. So for example, when a company takes a platform, we'll be able to do build a gamification. So for example, create leaderboards for the company. They can pretty much create their own rules. You know, people who do 20 hours of training first, they get a medal, they get a badge, they accumulate points, they're on the leaderboard. So pretty much whatever the company wants to set up the rules, we can set it up and we can gamify it for them. Now, the second way we are looking at gamification is we're actually working with one of our partners. Now the reason why we are not doing gamification on our content so much for a deliberate and a strategic reason, because when you start to get into gamified content, the cost and the effort required goes up exponentially. And it is now no longer a cost effective, because our approach really is we want to make this accessible to every organization at a really low price point, at a really subscription. And the moment you start to put very high end or a high cost content, then this entire business model really does not work. I mean, a company can pay you, let's say 50,000 a month, but when you start to ask 5 lakhs a month, then there's only a very small market which can afford to pay you 5 lakhs a month. There's a very big market which can afford to pay you 50,000 a month. So which is why we are deliberately not doing gamification on a content angle. We're doing it at the platform standpoint. But having said that, we are actually partnering with a company who has a lot of gamified content, and we're building a library of gamified content into our platform. And that's going to be pretty much our approach. That instead of building it from scratch, we'll be partnering with partners who already have gamified content, and that content will be coming onto our platform.
Okay, so there is a question for you from Kavi again. Can we show the TAM? Where is it? Can you show or share the TAM, SAM, and SOM?
Absolutely. So let me just share my screen once again. So there's essentially, these are the two products in the two markets that we're doing. So one is with Rapid Easy, which is our generic space, and Hospitality Star, which is the hospitality space. So hospitality is going to be a global product. So current and right now, I mean, if you ask me, I don't even have the data for the full TAM and the full SAM, but essentially what we're doing is we're pretty much doing all our targeting lead generation from LinkedIn. And this is data from LinkedIn, because this is the data on which we are actioning and working on right now. So if I only go purely by LinkedIn, and I know that the actual universe is much, much bigger than the LinkedIn universe, but only on the LinkedIn universe, we are looking at currently a TAM of 2,400 crores. And what is immediately what we're targeting is the 200 crores, which is essentially the companies in India. So we're really focused on the companies at 500 to 5,000 employees. So really the small to mid size of the enterprise market, and the hospitality industry in India, which is absolutely doable. And we pretty much have very little to no competition in the space.
Okay, because see, I'll tell you one of the biggest challenge which I will face being in a hospitality industry. That's a service industry that just with a pre-learning content, I don't know how is that going to be managed from the effectiveness point of view of the learning, because it's more of experiential based. So is there any kind of a project-based assignments or some kind of those kind of things also attached to it, or is it only learning, record, watching and things like that?
No, it is. Okay, so unfortunately, the problem right now is that in the industry, you're not even doing the basics. So I agree with you that you got to cover the basics, and then you got to get experiential, then you got to get skill transfer and so on. The reality of the matter is that we're not even doing the basics. Companies have not even defined what is the minimum skill sets, what are the minimum standards. They've not even taken people through a standardized learning path and certified for minimum skills. So I really hear you, Ansha, but that is really the next stage. Now, again, having said that, the platform is absolutely capable. So we do assessments at multiple levels. So the first level of assessment obviously is, did employees like it? What was the experience? The second level of assessment is, did they actually learn it? So most of our content would have assessments inbuilt. And to complete a content, you need to go through the learning part of it. You need to complete the assessments, and then you kind of get a certificate. So we always do up till a second level assessment. The third level assessment, what Anshav you are talking about, is did the learning really get transferred at the workplace? And this is where companies can actually build their own assessment. So for example, let's say if a hospitality employee is going through learning through a check-in, they see the videos, they pass the assessments, and then they can actually take a video. You can shoot a really crude mobile phone video of taking a check-in, and you can upload it, and your manager can then see and say, okay, you are demonstrating all the standards, all the quality standards are being demonstrated, and so on. You're demonstrating the right behaviors, and the manager can then certify that yes, you are indeed certifying the behaviors, or you can put an action plan and so
there
on.
is an option to upload the video and then manager reviewing it and creating it under a leaderboard, right?
Correct.
So that itself is a good platform to arrange, because what you're doing is you're decentralizing it rather
Absolutely.
than centralizing it at your level. So I think that's one other good feature. And okay, so Kavi, have you got your answer completed, or is there anything which Sandeep can still answer? Yes, Kavi says yes. Done. Thank you so much, Kavi. Anybody else has any questions? We still have 2 minutes with us. Otherwise, we'll move to the next session, next page. Okay. Kapil, I just want you to pitch in if you could kind of foresee something out of this industry, because this is also related to not exactly related to employee engagement, but having your, seeing your corporate experience. What do you, if you have something around this to explore or talk?
Sure, Anshav. Actually, it's a very good idea. To be very honest, I heard somebody talking about it yesterday also, not here, not in Aakriti, but outside. So one question, I want to ask to Sandeep is, because I think you also touch base that part, Anshav, is that when you look at the training part, right? The pre-recorded versions, things change from over a period of time. Some of these things are not very valid, right? From geography to geography, a lot of things. When you talk about hospitality, how you greet a customer in India is different than how you treat a customer in different parts of the world. So how does that localization play a role? Is it a boon or is it a challenge for us? I think that is something, I don't know if Sandeep and team have investigated that or.
Yes. So I'll be happy to answer that, Kapil. So we keep getting feedback from all our clients, because our platform becomes the default learning platform for these companies, and our content becomes the default learning content. So we keep getting feedback all the time. Now, when we get a feedback from a company, we evaluate that feedback to see if the changes that we make, is it going to benefit our other clients, and is that going to make our library better? If it enriches our library, then we're actually going to invest our resources, and we're going to incorporate those changes. Sometimes we get feedback which is very specific to a company, and we feel that our other clients or our entire platform will probably not benefit from that feedback. In which case, we make the changes for that particular client and we put it on the private library. So we have this concept of a public library and a private library. A private library is a shared library which is shared by all our clients. A public library, a private library is specific to that particular company. So the answer is yes, we can do that. So it's very customizable, it's very localizable, and yet it's generic enough. It's both.
Can I add one suggestion here, Sandeep? Just a suggestion, not a question.
Sure.
Because I keep getting this for Unify. Like, I'm targeting my product to be a global product. And internal comms, like communication, is one of the things that we keep seeing, right? So what we did is, last year someone asked us and we built that now Unify supports all the languages in the world as a translation. So I would suggest that you pick up, now there are a lot of AI models which actually takes your English as a base language and converts your training content or anything into different languages. I think if you are targeting as a global things, I think you need to look at languages. Just a suggestion from my end, because one base content translated into different training modules in different languages might give you an edge.
Thank you, Kapil. Those are the things that we're already experimenting with internally. Thanks for that anyway.
Yeah, Sandeep, I heard about your vernacular model around that, but Kapil, that's a fantastic idea and a suggestion because of AI model. So I think, Sandeep, we will connect it later on as well. But considering the time constraints right now, we will like to move it to the next pitch. And thank you so much, Sandeep, for the pitch. It's a wonderful session, and all the best to you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. I now request Tapasya Learning to start with their pitch. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening to all. I'm Dr. Jagdishwar Rao, Managing Director, Founder of Tapasya Learning. Tapasya Learning, we have started in 2014. We are into integrated programs. That is mainly we tie up with the colleges and we'll be running integrated programs. That is the board syllabus plus entrance coaching. We are doing it. Actually, I started my career as a faculty long back, around 22 years back. I worked with some of the reputed institutes like FITZI, Akash, Narayana as a faculty member, HOD, academic director, and I started Tapasya Learning. I handled as academic director and all some of the reputed colleges I handled in Bangalore. Now we have lots of tie-ups. A lot of colleges are approaching us to integrate with them. Means we will be running our integrator courses there. That means we will do the marketing, get the students, and we will run their board syllabus plus entrance coaching. Generally, in a tier 2, tier 3 places, there is a lot of scarcity of faculties, particularly for the entrance examination. NEET examination, JEE examination, a lot of scarcity is there. They're not getting a good quality faculties. For that, we are coming up with one model. We'll be identifying a local teachers who are very good local teachers who can handle only the board syllabus. They will handle the regular syllabus. And the entrance part...
Mr. Rao, if you want, you can share your presentation and walk through us.
Yeah, presentation, sir. Our Dean, Dr. Shashank, is going to share. I'll just brief it. Then Shashank will run the presentation, PPT.
Okay, sure.
Yes. I'll just brief the model. Like here, tier 2, tier 3 places, lots of colleges are approaching. The local teachers will identify local teachers who are experts in the board syllabus. They can't handle entrance coaching. NEET, JEE, they can't handle. But the board level, they'll handle. What we will be doing, we'll be running daily 2 hours or 3 hours, evenings, probably 2 to 5 o'clock. We'll be running entrance coaching by topic-wise experts from Bangalore, online coaching. For that, we will take a topic-wise expert, not the subject expert. Each subject we will be keeping some 5 to 10 faculties. They'll be delivering NEET and JEE coaching part. So that it won't be a challenge for us identifying we have only few, around 20 faculties in Bangalore who are also part-timers. We can come in the evenings, 2 to 5. They will deliver their entrance coaching. But like that, we can tie up with lots of colleges. We want to expand, right now in Karnataka, then in South India, entire India will expand. We won't be having any problem and challenges because we are identifying local teachers. Local teachers will be training for the board level. Then we'll be delivering online, only limited time for the entrance coaching. Entrance coaching, even if you want to arrange experts, in each place, it's difficult to arrange. But we can actually, by online, we can do that. Not by one subject, one expert or 2 experts. I can keep some 10 experts per subject, each subject. That will be almost is a 1 unit, 1 expert will be dealing. That generally, no top institute also can't do that actually. That is the main thing. And we are also having in the pipeline, we are working on that. That web series, just kind of thing we wanted to introduce for the studies. It will be interesting for the students. Nowadays, students, many of them are not interested in the regular studies. So that we introduce web series, so that will be interesting for them. Through web series, they will learn all the concepts and all very effectively and interestingly they can learn. That's what we have other plan. And we are also developing a lot of simulations. Experiential learning will be there for them. It will be interesting for them. And once they learn by by doing the simulations and all, they can easily understand the concepts. These kind of different models we are coming up. And this is how we wanted to expand in Karnataka, in South India and entire India, we wanted to expand. And I request now Dr. Shashank, Dean of Tapasya Learning, you just please presentation, actually, please run the presentation.
A very good evening to all. Thanks, Jagdishwar.
So, and just giving you a quick update, we, as Jagdishwar has been saying, our main streamline of business has been on coaching centers with respect to JEE, NEET, and CET. However, when we are looking into or why is that we are looking for some kind of a contribution or looking for people to come in and invest in us is because of multiple reasons. One is that if we're going to talk about the different business verticals that we have, obviously the first one which has been highlighted is the tuitions and the coachings for JEE, NEET, and CET, which is one part of it. We do have foundation course from 8th, 9th, and 10th, and a complete package from, rather to say, from 8th standard till PG courses. We have different programs wherein we can make a person employable. That also bridges the gap between the academics as well as the industrial need. So as we proceed, I'd just like to highlight each one of them. We are into consultancy services, so that is admissions for India and abroad for various organizations, and want to expand more into contributions into educational services. So talking about our coaching centers, as rightly said by Jagdishwar Rao, we are into classroom coachings for JEE, NEET. We are giving additional coachings for 11th and 12th CBSE. We have Olympiad courses and the tuitions for 8th to 12th. They are the regular requirements for the board exams, which is normal done by any of the coaching centers. What is that we want to expand with our existing centers? We want to collaborate more of educational institutes. We want to open up with more centers, especially in Karnataka as of now. Slowly, we would like to make Tapasya as a brand inside Karnataka, rather to say Bangalore first. Then we would be looking at Karnataka. Once we establish ourselves as a brand in Karnataka, we would like to expand our wings in South India and then slowly go across the country. So starting from home to expanding it to the countries are expansion plans that we have. Right now, we would not only be doing the offline classes, because hybrid mode is something which has always been appreciated after the pandemic. So we have online classes which will be going on, as well as that would also enable a lot of people abroad. Like we have got good connects with Qatar and the Saudi countries. So there are a lot of people who are looking forward for this kind of coachings. We did start up with one center there, and the progress is going well. But then if we make it more available online, there are chances that those people can be a part of those programs, as well as it will also enable us to enter into the interior parts of the state, wherein people the talent lies there, but they don't get an opportunity to be a part of this kind of program. So that's the reason we are planning to launch this online program. And obviously, to start this online program, we would need to establish a proper studio wherein there is no the quality of the sessions that goes are very good. We are not believing in recording the sessions and retelecasting or reproducing them, because that would not be more effective. It should be more interactive. In case a person has a question or it needs to be addressed online, that interconnectivity between the faculty and the student should be there. That's the reason it will be online classes, but not the recorded versions. And then, as rightly said by Jagdishwar, we are planning to introduce something called as a web series. Now, what is this web series? Now, what has happened is with this generation, most of the people are, hooked up with the digital media, and they do enjoy some kind of, web series where they get entertainment. So why not make education a part of entertainment? Like something that was running in my mind when we were planning about this was we start off with a person saying, "Hey, I'm unable to see this board properly," or whenever I see something, it looks just like blur. And the other friend says, "Oh, you need to talk to your parents about this." They speak to the parents take them to the hospital, and they do an eye test. And while doing an eye test, the person keeps changing some lenses, and then he says, "Okay, fine. Now I'm able to see fine. How does this work?" And then you introduce them to the concept of light and then lenses and then how it rectifies. So that way what happens is it becomes more of a web series wherein they watch it as a series, but at the same time they get the education that they require. There's something which is different and innovative. It's a lot of work to be done, lot of work with respect to writing the scripts, designing it properly, shooting it properly, and then reproducing it. That it requires not only a good amount of funds, but also it will also require a lot of talent, hunt, and a lot of people, resources who will be involved into this. So keeping all that into picture, we are planning to introduce this particular thing with respect to our coachings. Talking about the next consultancy services that we have, we do have one of the very unique program that we are running across in Bangalore is in tie-up with one of the universities called as SSM University, which is an umbrella of RV University. There we are running a course called as data center architecture. Data center architecture is nothing but an infrastructure that is required for a cloud to work, which includes server technologies, fabric technology, storage technology. The beauty is that this particular course is not available anywhere across Asia. And what we are as of now doing is we are just giving our seminars in engineering colleges. And the moment the engineers are out of the college, they become a part of this PG program, a PG diploma program, and then 14 months of a course divided into 2 semesters of 7 months each. We train them on this particular technology.
I'm so sorry I had to stop you abruptly, sir. We are sticking on to a strict time schedule here. I would now open the mic for the investors for Q&A session. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Dr. Shashank, if you could just quickly brief out how much amount of funding which you're looking at and what are your current set of revenues. If you can share those slides and talk about that, that would be good. Yeah, you can. Okay, you can unmute yourself, Dr. Shashank, if you want, or Mr. Rao, whoever wants to talk.
Hey, thanks. So no, the very first thing that I had in my mind was I had time till 5:25. I'm very sorry for that in case if it is not meeting your requirement, but then fine. We are looking for about close to 3 crores of an investment, which is with the breakup has been given here, and that is all for the expenses that we are looking for.
And what is the equity you are looking at to dilute? What is the valuation you are looking at?
I think Jagdishwar Rao can help me in that.
Yeah. Yeah, right now, actually, the valuation, we are actually, it's around 30 CR.
Yeah, I think he answered it as 30 CR, if I've heard right. Does that answer your question, Anshiv?
Sorry, I got logged off. Could you please repeat? What is the valuation?
Yeah, go ahead, Jagdishwar.
Yeah. It's a 30 CR.
30 CR valuation for the 3 crore funding. Okay. Could you please share us the financial projections as well for the next 3 to 5 years if you have?
Yes. Sure, definitely. Yeah, Shashank, can you please?
Yeah, so these are the things that we are looking for. Actually, there will be a small change in 2023. Actually, it is showing that we have a revenue here, but then after we did a recalculation, we would be slightly under loss of this year because of some of the additional investments that we have planned for. Okay, if I have to speak about it, will be more of a loss of close to 12 lakhs this year. Some additional discussions that we had yesterday, which was left out during our initial planning, but then soon, very next year, that is 24 and 25, we'll be able to catch up with our losses, and so on the projections, on different products that we have, we'll be easily able to make about good about 10 crores.
You have already a 5.15 CR revenue. You are going to clock in 2023-24, right?
Yes. Yeah. Please go back to the previous slide. No, in that all the projections are there for 23, 24, and all. Yes. Yeah, it's a 5 crore 15 lakhs.
Okay. What is the kind of technology differentiator which you are going to add up into this year?
Two things that we will have. One is we are planning to have a metaverse university kind of a thing. Second is augmented reality is one which we are working already on. We do have got a gaming structure in place, but that when we were discussing with few of the consultants, we found it that it's a very, very costly affair. If you want to have a right good quality of it, it actually does not, fit into the requirement as of now. But simulation is something that we can surely work on. So that will enable people to, get more of a hands-on on exponential training right now. But later on, we can introduce the gaming part of it also. Having a metaverse university is our long-term goal.
And how are you kind of, getting the clients right now? How are you doing the business development?
Business development as of now is happening in with respect to JEE, NEET and CET. What we do is we are conducting seminars and scholarship exams at various institutes within Bangalore and some of the interior parts of Karnataka where we are already tied up with the colleges. So we select the people, and then an opportunity has been given to them to be a part of the coaching center. That is one activity that we are doing. Second is we are planning to start off with the online sessions. Nowadays we have started webinar sessions also, wherein we give them an idea as to why is that we are different from the other people, first thing, and tips and tricks when we give them on few of the topics and encourage them to be a part of this online courses. That has also been taken care in a very positive manner by many various people. And internally in some of the interior cities of Karnataka, we are trying to tie up with the school so that they encourage the students to be a part of the online sessions where they can. It's affordable also and reachable also. But with respect to the other courses, we have tied up with engineering colleges and some of the graduation colleges wherein we give them the other courses which we are doing for them.
Okay. Who are the other competitors of yours? Because you seems to be very closely competing with organizations like LM and those coaching centers, which are typically started in Kota and other places. So how are you going to? If those are your competitors, and yes, then how are you planning to compete with them?
So we have slightly a different model, as I told you. We'll be concentrating on the tier 2, tier 3 places more. They're they're not getting a quality coaching. Even these people cannot set up a centers there. Alan, Akash and all, they cannot set up. Our model is a little different. We'll be identifying local experts who can reach the board level. The entrance part is taken care actually by online. Online, it's a number of experts. We'll be keeping topic-wise experts. They'll be delivering online classes. Evening daily 2 to 3 hours they'll be delivering, so that entire thing will be covered for them. The board plus entrance, everything will be covered. This model, nobody is doing it.
That is one point.
Blend of both.
Yeah, our second thing that we also have is, I'll tell you what happens with Alan and other organizations is they mostly conduct scholarship exams and they take the cream set of people from the institutes and then train them and try to produce results. The fun is when we are able to take average students and then still grade them up to what they are required for. That is another strength that we are actually looking for. And I'm sure there are at least about 6 lakh students write 10 standard exams every year. Out of that, Alan and maybe Akash may take the 2 lakhs or 3 lakhs set of people, but there are another good amount of people who need attention, and the actual talent can be hunted about, and that is where we want to reach, and we'll still be able to capture our market share of it.
Is there any price difference which you are having with respect to them?
We are almost 50% when compared to any of the other competitors.
Okay, and is your unit economics is kind of settled with respect to that?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So I think that is what I had from my side. Anybody else has any questions for Jagdishwar Rao or Shashank? Okay, so it doesn't look like. Thank you so much, Dr. Shashank. We have some couple of minutes. Akshay, how much time do we have in the Q&A session?
Sir, we have about 3 minutes left on hand.
Okay, so Dr. Shashank, if you want to complete your presentation, please go ahead.
That should be, thank you very much. It's a big thing because the kind of course that we are running, especially for the data center architecture, is a very unique course. It's a course which is going to enable engineers to be industry ready, We train them after the very first semester that has been completed for them. They are eligible to attend the interviews in multinational organizations. And when we saw about multinational organizations, we are talking about companies like HP, Dell, VMware, EMC Square, NetApp, and other organizations, which are product-oriented organizations, not service-oriented organizations, because of which their jobs are secured. They get a accelerated career, and this skill is something which is a niche skill, which is going to make them employable for their rest of their life, and a technology which is going to exist for next 20 years. So that makes it much more employable for them. Swiss Education is with more of hospitality and MBA and BBA programs that we send people from here. It is a job oriented program wherein people who, apart from the engineering, who would like to settle their life, can take up this particular course. Japanese language is, because in Japan there is a huge crunch of young people there. They are encouraging Indians to learn Japanese language, and encouraging the engineers and graduates to go there and settle down with the job-oriented course, so that also helps them, build up and globally grow for us. These are the few things, and obviously we would like to go back to Metaverse University, which I already told you. And looking forward, we do have got some people who are ready to invest in the land, and we would like to start up with the Gurukul system. It would be similarly like the way it was happening in years ago, but we may have to crunch it a bit and bring it into, and it is not going to be classroom sessions. It is all going to be open air with the sheltered, top sheltered and open air sessions, where teach back would be one of the priority of assessing the student, not the exams.
Okay.
So the technology involved is obviously we already have our educational app, which has got more than 6.5 lakh questions in it. Even if the child is able to start, solve 50,000 questions, he is able to crack any of the exams, not just the JEE NEET. He will be able to crack any of the exams, any of the competitive exams. Slowly, we will also be introducing UPSC and IAS and other competitive exams, getting people ready. As I told you, right from 6th standard to get them employed is the whole road map that we were looking for from Tapasya as a solution for the on the education field.
Okay. Why do you said you have 50,000 question bank available, which is good for anybody to kind of
6 lakhs questions.
6 lakh questions.
Related to NEET and JEE, sir. Related to NEET and JEE, we have those many questions are there.
Why don't you create a gamification platform within that itself? That may not cost too much, but that can actually create, you can see some of the programs, some of the other platforms. There is a platform called collegedoors.com. You may check that out. They also basically they use AI ML to give them question answers in a particular set of things, and they only do the tests out there. So that itself is going to be one of the unique advantages for you, which you can leverage it out.
Sure,
we should do that. We should do that. I also was speaking to another person who was, who has an idea like, introducing it like Kaun Banega Crorepati. Start with the least in a particular chapter, start with the easy question, and then in the same chapter, as he keeps growing, the credit points goes on increasing with the tougher questions. Yeah. So that is something which else I'm working on.
Collegedoors.com is the same model.
Okay.
You just have a look at it, and if you want, I can connect you with the founders of them, and we can take it up. So that's a IIT IIM alumni
sure,
platform.
Definitely.
Perfect. That's a fantastic thing. It's a very valuable input, Mr. Anshab.
And Kapil is saying Khan Academy in US are also shifting to gamification. Yes, they are one of the leaders in education, and I think
online education. Yes.
True.
Yeah, so I think most of these people are.
It's a need of our actually. We have to go for that gamification. We have to go.
Yeah,
okay, great.
Yeah, at any given point of time, just to add, at any given point of time, we are liking to associate it with people who are already implementing these kind of technologies and build the brand. But and sometimes where required, we'll have to reinvent the wheel. We will do that.
Sure, Dr. Shashank, we will take it up on that. We will definitely work with you on, we'll connect with you offline and then take it up. From the pitching point of view, I think we will now close the session from here. Thank you so much, all the founders out here, to come take your time and, share your pitches out there. It's been really, really wonderful to see the great effort which has been put up by all of you. I would reach personally to each one of you to understand more about what you are doing, how we could helping your startup with respect to various aspects, not just about fundraising, but about business development, product development, any kind of operational excellence challenges which you are facing, team building. or any kind of branding or personal branding or growth strategies, sales, marketing, any aspects from that, including your digital transformation models. Would love to have individual sessions with all of you to understand where we can help out. And I think I'm sure with all of you together being there, we would be able to transform India back into a startups capital of the world. And not just about that, we would be able to create so much employment for our country, which is the dire need of the country today. Because unfortunately, not even 1% of the jobs being new jobs being created versus the new graduates, or I would say youth coming into the ecosystem today. And it's a big problem in the industry. So would love to talk more on that. And a lot of people I'm seeing you're working in the corporate segment, and that corporate segment is also one of the major area which requires a transformation at this point in time. So right from the age group of 5 or 6 years old to as high as maybe a corporate one who is getting retired or maybe trying to restart their career, irrespective of the gender, age, caste, color, creed, location, we should be able to help people out. And that's how we will be able to transform 1 billion lives, 1 million businesses, and 100 unicorns. It is not possible without the help of each of you. And of course, I also have a limited time, or we also have a limited of time period. So we have to have put up some kind of a competitive mode. The startups who have not got selected and reached to this level are also good. We will also try to reach out to them and see where they are. If we can help them out to grow and move to the next level, may not be today, maybe later or somewhere else. So I think all of you are all of these 801 startups are doing wonderful job. We would really reach out to them one by one. We'll start with Super 30, then we go to top 102, and then we go to 300, and then further to 801 startups. But all the Super 30 startups who have kind of been pitching out here, I really wish them very, very all the best. And congratulations for being part of this ecosystem. We'll be first immediately after this session. From next week onwards itself, we'll start reaching out to you, set up one-on-one calls, understand your requirements and challenges. We will also reach out to various investors about your pitches, what are their interest levels, and then accordingly we'll take it forward from there. So Kavi says, I would also like to do a deep dive to arrange funding. Sure, Kavi, reach out to us reach out to me if you are a part of any of the WhatsApp groups. So please reach out to me. We will definitely talk about this and take it forward from there. We already have 3,000 plus investors, angel investors ecosystem, and we are developing the world's largest angel and retail investors startup ecosystem as well, investment ecosystem as well, with a minimum ticket size of 12,000 rupees, and also starting off SIP for startups investment starting from 5.7 thousand rupees a month. So even while being a founder or entrepreneur or maybe an employee, you can also start investing in startups, because more than 50% of our Indian population can actually invest minimum 12,000 rupees or start a SIP of 5.7 thousand rupees a month. In fact, when we launched the survey around that how many people want to invest 5,000 rupees or 6,000 rupees a month, 80% of lot of college students came up to us and said that we will invest it from our stipends. And that is a very good thing, that young people supporting the young co-founders and any startups, it is going to create a much more value in the ecosystem, because it's not about having only the big money from venture capitalists and angel firms. It is also about bringing those small time investors, giving them a better opportunities for fundraising. I mean, investments into it. Why can't a student or school child may invest from his or her pocket money and make money, maybe become a millionaire before he or she comes out of the school ecosystem itself? Only by investment. You can have the youngest angel investor from the country. And I think it's not just about the startup ecosystem, it's also about the investment ecosystem. Because if we are only able to fund 1% of and I was hearing this speech I got an opportunity to hear Mohandas Pai in 2019 in Taikon, Mumbai. And he was talking about this very sad fact that I think he was talking about billions of dollars which has got invested in Indian startups by that time. Unfortunately, only 10% of money is invested from Indian investors. 90% is coming from outside investors, and which is very prevalent in, if you see Paytm, if you see Ola, if you see any other big company, all of them are getting foreign funding. So practically, those startups are not ours. There used to be a joke when this COVID came in and people started boycotting applications from China, and then they suddenly realized all the big applications like Paytm, Zomato are all funded by Chinese investors today. So frankly speaking, we don't have Indian ecosystem available right now. And that is the biggest problem which we are trying to solve within the Aakriti ecosystem. It's not just about at one side about supporting the startups in terms of not just about fundraising is a very small part. Fundraising, 90% of funded startups does not survive. There must be some real problem into the startup ecosystem itself, startup growth itself. There are so many startups which are getting funded, and within 6 months, they're winding up the startup and saying we are going back from that. It's becoming a pocket money approach at this point in time. Okay, we will get some 6 month, 1 year salary for us, and we'll be okay for that. So, I'm not saying it belongs to any of you. I don't know. I don't even want that. Don't think that anybody start with that same process. But eventually it happens like that. Because you are not able to be successful in your job or some other business, you think, okay, let's get investment. Because the investment ecosystem is hot and sexy right now. It doesn't work like that. Investors also are facing a lot of problems because of that. It gives a bad name to the entire ecosystem. If you go outside, I talk to a lot of people across the globe. And one of the major challenge, Indian investors comes to me and says, Ansha, we can't trust Indian startups and they're investing in US-based startups. When the US-based startup is not even 10% closer to what Indian startups are providing as a value. And that pains me a lot. And that is what, when we talk about Design Your Unicorn or Aakriti ecosystem, the whole aspect of Bringle and Enlighten we see out here is to make sure that we set up an ecosystem which is more trustworthy, which is more passion driven, which is more vision oriented. And we bring in investors from India and support Indian startups to grow the Indian economy. We cannot have startups in India with 70 or 80% funding or basically equity already given to some foreign countries. It's not an Indian startup anymore, actually. Once the Flipkart is sold, it's not an Indian startup. They might have been generating, employment and all that, but the benefits of that is going outside the country. We all ban Chinese phones and Chinese applications, but can we really ban it, first of all? So why can't we strengthen within ourselves, bring in that investor and startup ecosystem from India? And that's the whole ecosystem which we are trying to build, which is going to be an Indianized ecosystem. And that is the focus area which we are looking at. So I really want to thank each of you, each of the founders of 801 startups who have kind of participated in this. And there are other 200 plus startups who have reached out to us in different ways or others. So there are around 1,000 plus startups which are incorporated into our portfolio at this point in time, whom we will be reaching out and looking forward to support them in one way or the other. As I said, today with Startups India, 17 state government, 300 incubation centers, 50 plus venture capitalists, and around 3,000 investors and 15,000 entrepreneurial community, we have access to 150,000 plus startups in India itself. That's the kind of visibility or the ecosystem which we are able to generate, but it cannot be done alone. So we will require too many people around that. We require an investors ecosystem. And that is why we are going to initiate a fund which can be leveraged, which can be where everybody, each Indian can invest in that fund with a very small ticket size of be 12,000 rupees or starting up a SIP of 5.7 thousand rupees a month. And that is where the $20.23 million fund we will be starting up in 2023. From there only, we will be raising that fund and basically deploying that fund in all the Super 30 startups or top 102 startups eventually. And also for Aakriti 24, which will be top 102 and smart 300 startups. So every year we will increase the number of startups where we are going to invest. We are going to increase the number of startups where we are going to support, not only the startups, but the small businesses, MSMEs as well, where we are going to transform their businesses, make it more technology oriented, make it more scalable businesses, and give them more growth opportunities out in and outside of India as well. So that when they go outside of the India, the revenue, the GDP, everything gets more better for our country. We are all Indians. We are all should work towards India's transformation. We are, as an Indian leaders, you are seeing them everywhere across the globe. And I think it's our moral responsibility to work towards the financial freedom of our country. And I sincerely believe that all the startups and businesses, only they can work towards it, because corporates are a very thick skin structure. For them to change, it requires a massive transformation, which may or may not happen. So in fact, they are also working from the startup, developing the startup ecosystem or developing startup culture within their organization. In fact, being into the corporate for last 21 years, I've seen they were aware about this moonlighting is going to happen. Why they are making such a big hue and cry today? They were aware since the time Y2K came in, but they are making hue and cry today because they never figured it out. They never took it very seriously that it is going to happen. We were talking about millennials in 2000. Now we are talking about Gen Z plus. This is how the transformation is happening. This is how the generation is changing every 3 years. Initially, the generation used to change in every 30 years. Now it is changing in every 3 years. How are you going to compete with that? You are not going to, you will require people. India is the youngest country of the world, with 54% of people less than 30 years of age. Can we upskill them? And can we live without the youth and children of our country? Can organizations survive? I have got a case study where people are investing 100 to 150 crores in 3 years in employing these youths, training them, and at the end of 1 year, none of them are there. All of them have left. That's the kind of money which they're investing in their resources, but they're not getting the right resources. Can they avoid it? No. We are the young country. You have to focus on youth and the children of our country. And if we don't change our policies and structures based on these youth and children, we are going to have a problem in the corporate structure. Already the people who are there in the corporate structure, they are moving out of that and starting their own startups. Who will work in corporates? It's not that youth does not want to work in corporate. They do want to work in corporates. Problem is they don't get the right culture. We are still digging we are not even touching the tip of the iceberg. Forget about the iceberg itself. So, I mean, really pardon me for my passion out there, but it really pains me a lot when I saw a lot of people losing their jobs during COVID times. Corporate doesn't think about throwing out people, and when people trying to make them secured enough, they are saying it's not right ethically. What ethics they're talking about? I mean, corporates also have to do business. Individuals also have a right to protect their protect themselves. And they were aware about this. I have been into corporate. HR has been giving us gyan that it is going to happen that people will be working in multiple jobs. And tell me, is it not happening now also? People are having share markets. They are doing their business, doing share market. They are working on some teaching practices. Why are they calling now this as a moonlighting? Just creating a new word and creating a hue and cry around it, rather than changing their policies. Today itself, Narayan Murthy has released a post. Somebody has released a post around that. I mean, in my LinkedIn, I put actually got against, written against towards that. It's not going to work. But anyways, thank you so much, and thank you so much for your time. Vikas, we are just closing the session, so I got a little emotional, so I got out of the flow. Akshay has been patient enough and kind enough to allow me that time. So thank you so much, Akshay.
It's all right. It's all right, Akshay. So I have to hard stop now because 5:30 I had a call. So
no problem. Thank you so much, Vikas, for being there. We'll connect with you.
Thank you. Thanks to all.
Okay, so with this, I will hand it over to Akshay. Akshay, please conclude the session. In Delhi, we always call that dukaan badhane ka time aa gaya hai. Chalo dukaan badhate hain, which is basically when you actually close down the shops. You don't say that you're closing down the shops, you say dukaan badhate hain, which means that you will expand it further. So over to you, Akshay, and thank you so much for your support.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now, as we have come to an end of this session for a new beginning, let us remind ourselves with our common purpose of transforming India into a super powerful economy once again, so that we can proudly say our country again as Sone ki Chidiya. And just to share with you all how and what we are working towards, let's hear the Sone Ki Chidiya Ko Jagao anthem. And I request you all to stand up for the same. Thank you.
पंखों को फैलाने दो उसे फिर से, जहां में ऊंचा उड़ जाने दो फिर से। बेरोजगारी को मिटाना है, पढ़ाई का सबक सिखाना है, मिलकर बढ़ाओ यारो सोने की चिड़िया को, जगाओ यारो की चिड़िया, गुलामी में थी गुम सारी खुशियाँ। एक नया भारत बनाना है, सोने की चिड़िया को जगाना है, मिलकर
डाल डाल पर सोने की चिड़िया करती थी बसेरा, लाना है हमको वापस फिर नया दिवस सुनहरा, पढ़ाई व्यवसाय और व्यापार को देना है बढ़ावा, आत्मनिर्भरता का सबक है सिखाना, सोने की चिड़िया को है जगाना।
Thank you so much, one and all. Please take your seats. Yeah, so now I'll be closing this session. I, Akshay, on behalf of the entire Bringle and Enlighten VC team, would like to thank all the startup founders, investors, and other participants to be part of Aakriti23 Startups Carnival. And we will now reach out to you for the next steps. Till then, let's speak loud. Jagao, jagao, har ghar, sone ki chidiya ko jagao. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Akshay. This is a wonderful one. And I would want you to introduce yourself a little bit. And I must tell you, Akshay is a wonderful person who has been coordinating and hosting this session since morning. And she has taken this this responsibility just in the morning itself. And she got to know about everything in the morning and the beautifully she has managed. So Akshay, I would like to know a little bit more about you. What are your passions? What are your dreams? And a little bit about yourself, whatever you're doing.
Yeah, it has been a pleasure to work here, and I got to know about Akriti and everything through through my teacher. Her name is Miss Vinaya Savant. So I have been here because of her, and she has been more than a mother to me. And this initiative is actually very inspiring. And currently, I'm pursuing a design career. I'm doing Bachelor's of Design program in RV University, in RVC, which is in Kingeri in Bangalore here. And I am a person, I love drawing, sketching, and that's why I chose this career, especially design. And in particular, I'm studying in the UX department, user interface and experience department. And also, I'm a sports enthusiast. I love to stay outdoors, more of an outdoor and outgoing person. Anything to do outdoors, I'm always there. I'm a classical Bharatanatyam dancer for about 10 years now. And I think pretty much that's all.
Thank you so much, Akshay. Anything you would like to share, what you would like to do in future?
I am currently I'm preparing for exams to go abroad. I want to do my master's in UX UI only again in London School of Art and Design. So I'm currently preparing for that.
Wow. Wow. Wish you very all the best on that same. And
Thank you so much.
Dr. Vinaya is one of the very great person any which ways. And I thanks for her and thanks to you to pick it up at the last moment. And it's been a wonderful time with you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, one and all.
Okay, you have a lot of appreciation in the chat window, so you must read that out.
Thank you very much. Good job.
Great work with Akshay. Take care. All the best to all of you and see you once again tomorrow.